hero of that play is really Lebmon and starting, because they had to stall so much from the majority of hot tub streamers all-inning and diving onto Gume. It's hard to stop the play as a Lux before the flash came up. So the fact that starting and Lebmon give you so much time while Molly and Zello are flanking from the right side of the fight, force Cosmic Soul out. There's a lack of damage being able to come out since the core key cannot get in. So now Sentinels just showing it's their early gameplay, it's their macro play, and it's just their understanding of win cons in these individual team fights that is showing why they're the best team in this tournament.
They're just doing fantastic stuff, Rafa. They're doing a lot of damage as well. Like, if you're a Squishy member, you are so sad this game. You're like, my god, I have a Yone sitting on top of me. I have a tank, like AP Bruiser-esque, like Lebmon, who has an Ignite that I can't kill and just hits me for a ton. So difficult to play. And here now, Hitman Jam trying to go for an outplay. Zello's going for this, but it may actually just be the Nautilus gone.
Showstopper lines up to 3. Final Spark only hits 1, but I think it was in the miss. But it still doesn't matter. You say that you have a surplus in damage on the side of Sentinel, so even if one misses skill shots or if it's negated by an ability, you still have plenty others in the backup as supply.
Well, guess what? All that damage went to nada. A lot of stuff, a lot of the Zone's Hourglasses were used there, and it's only Zello going down. So, bit of an overextension. The turret being the 6th man in that play saves them a little bit of damage, a little bit of heartache in case they want to try and save some of their members. All 5 of them surviving. And this right here, I mean, this is just how dangerous it is to play Corki right now. Like, you see how bad this Yone can just sit on top of you. It's so dangerous, and there's not many ways for hot tub streamers to stop them. We talked about this during the draft. Nautilus is kind of your one-stop shop. That alongside maybe the Vi, but she only has one combo and it takes a little bit, right? There's some cooldowns on that. You're so reliant on Nautilus in this game right now. So, again, stand behind a stranger. Oh!
Starting, finding Isdraboa, but good Zonias from Isdraboa. Dodges out on the damage that would have been lethal from Gume's Final Spark.
Wait.
Hot tub streamers.
What is happening over here? I saw the Ignite go down. That's solo.
Hitman GM. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Does he have the dashes? Okay, and Strange Hero screening them away. Hitman's gonna make it out alive. And Demon King should be tanky enough to be able to deflect Lebmon's engage as well. But now we have a Zonias from Cosmic Soul. He's able to Valkyrie away. Body slam flash from Lebmon once again keeps the back line from being able to get into the fight. And that means the front line from professional hot tub streamers just evaporates under the pressure of Sentinels.
Wow, and look at this. Even Hitman GM, despite getting out the first time, they're gonna take this Dragon Lane inhibitor. Rafa, they might just end the game.
They are looking for it. They still have all 5 members pushing in through both the bot and the mid ways, where Supers are crashing into the Nexus right now. Golden from starting, buying time. You see Cosmic Soul going for a last-ditch hero effort play, but it's all for naught. Hot tub streamers get aced in their own base. Sentinels will take the first series of our RiftMSTRS playoffs, advancing in the upper bracket.
And faster than game 1 at that. Sentinels, they want to try and keep their time a little bit low, but I mean, that's just a fantastic start. Like you said, taking the first upper bracket series that we have. They'll move on to the second round tomorrow. And already we've got professional hot tub streamers now waiting in the lower bracket. A best of 5 waiting for us at the end of the day.
That's right. And while we are checking out the post graphics of that game, we got Kangas back to kind of give us an outside opinion now. Kangas, faster game time. And for Sentinels and hot tub streamers, I mean,
yeah.
What are your takeaways for this?
Honestly, faster game time in game 2, but this still was pushed to a much longer game time than average for Sentinels overall, because their average was what, like 14:35.
Yep.
Both of these games going past the 15-minute mark. Game 1 was 16:10. I didn't actually get the final time there at the end. I think it was like 15:30, somewhere around there. So honestly, hey, I mean, not too bad from the hot tub streamers hanging in there past the averages. And Rafa, Molly only died twice. I'll give it to you. Only died twice there, so you were correct.
I know.
Close.
The first 2 gets came out of nowhere, and I'm just like, oh, Molly, I put a lot of stock in you, brother. Where are these gets coming from?
Was crazy. Yeah, it was absolutely insane to follow. But it just goes to show how scary this Sentinels team is. They're terrified. I mean, it's spooky season right now, actually.
Yes,
So
it is.
I do actually want to play a little bit of a game here.
Okay.
What's scarier? What's scarier, everybody? Oh wait, this isn't quite lined up. This isn't quite perfect. Here, let's see if I can. Let's see, is that better? There we go.
Vaguely.
Looking at the stat lines of some of these players, or actual spooky season right now, okay? Because I can't quite tell what's more terrifying.
Well, there's a lot of light in your room, so the mask isn't as spooky. So
Here's
definitely-
another option. Here's another option, actually.
Okay.
Is this scarier?
I'm taking a screenshot and sending this.
Yeah.
Huh? What's scarier,
Dude,
everybody? Which
I
is
see the
scarier?
mask. So here's the thing. This is why that screenshot is more scary. When I see the
Okay.
mask, I'm like, oh, I know it's fake. I know.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
there's
It
just a
can't
guy
hurt you.
behind the mask. I see that. I know is serious, man. Like, things are about to go down. A team is gonna get blasted after the draft phase, man.
Whew, incredible stuff. But with that said, I'm gonna let the two of you catch your breath, take a little break here, because we have an interview with one of the players from the team itself. Or actually, it might be Glaciags. I'm not sure, but we'll bring on whoever from Sentinels here for our post game. It is Glaciags.
Show
Glaciags,
him the
welcome to the
screenshot.
show. How's it going?
It's okay, it's pretty chill. It's like 7 a.m.
Yeah?
here.
You did.
Just chilling,
Wait,
yeah.
I can't hear him.
Interesting. Wow, it's so early for you. I wanted to take an opportunity here because this is our first chance to get to talk to now an official representative from Sentinels. First off, congratulations on getting signed
Thank you.
by the team. That's big news. What was that like in the offseason for you and for the team coming together? Was this the goal is, hey, let's have a good show and then they get picked up by a big org?
Actually, Sentinels approached me like really early on in the off season. So they wanted me to build a roster for them. So this is just how we, like me and Zaito, the GM, managed to form our roster. Like eventually, like we just knew who were going to be our like core pieces, and we just build around them. Yeah.
Wow. That's really cool. And you convinced two players to role swap. Lamont going to support, Molly going to jungle. How did you do that? What was that conversation like to say, hey guys, we want you, but in different roles?
I think for Lemon, I didn't really like convince him. I think it was just more of like his personal opinion. Like he wanted to just play with his brother, like Dragon Lane, right? And personally, I just felt like okay, like why not, right? Like I think support and jungle are both like two most impactful roles. So he's just like moving over. It's not going to be that much of a difference. And like melee and starting are just like the like the iconic like NA duo, right? So as long as at the start it was a little bit rocky, like the transition from mid to jungle, but we managed to get through that phase, and I think now it's doing really well.
Nice. During pick and ban phase, I'm sure you're aware of this. We had a camera on you watching, so I gotta say, you can see the screen right now, right? You can see me, you can see yourself.
Yeah.
All right. What are you eating? What is going on here? All right. What is this snack for pick and ban?
No, it's just a bean curd pudding. Okay, it's like a soy milk pudding. It was really good. So
Ooh.
like you
How
got
many
draft in one hand
empty
and
pudding
food on the
cups
other.
do you have at your desk right now? Be honest with me.
No,
Can you
it
tilt
was-
the
it was
camera
just
down? Can
four.
we take a look at it?
No, it was just 4. I have it here. It was just 4. See, like
It was only 4.
yeah, it was just 4.
You even have a stack. All right, by the end of the day, maybe by the end of the weekend, how tall is that stack gonna be? How many do you think you'll go through in a couple
I
months?
only have 4. I only have 4. So
Only 4.
maybe I
Okay.
should have saved it for
Alright.
the finals. Like for the boost, but it's like I'll find something else to eat.
I'm sure you'll be fine going forward. Well, congratulations on picking up your first win, and thanks for chatting a little bit about what the Sentinels journey has been like so far, but I won't keep you for too long because we do have the rest of the show to get to. So thanks, Glaciags, for coming on. Awesome to chat with you, and best of luck going on in the tournament.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll bring back on our casters now to close out there. All right, there we have the answer. It's bean curd pudding.
Bean curd pudding. That is the secret tech. All right, guys. Everyone in Twitch chat right now, start looking up on Amazon or wherever you can find your own bean curd pudding, and maybe you will get that sweet LP you've been deserving for so long.
Yeah. There you go. I'm gonna order some right now. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. I've never actually even heard of that. So let's look it up first. How much is this? If I was to shop right now for some pudding, somebody else start talking. I'm doing research mode right now. Yeah.
I can't hear you, Dimitri.
I found it. Okay. Okay. We figured it out. Bean curd pudding. I don't think that's a thing, guys.
I don't think it is either, actually. I'm looking at it.
I think we may have misheard.
I might have misheard. Some kind of bean pudding, though.
Yeah.
All right. Let's just look up bean
misheard,
pudding. Maybe bean pudding will work.
Are you
Oh, okay.
Are you sure? Because he might.
Yeah, I just see rice pudding.
Well, so where does Glaciox live? Because
I'm not making.
I'm actually not sure.
I have no clue. I'm not gonna be guessing on that.
You reach out to him on Twitter and ask, because he's not replying to my DMs.
Either
Either way, let's take a look at the bracket to update where we're at right now.
What he might be having is like something from I don't know. It could be something that's not native to the States, and it's just like a super secret tech.
Either way, they do advance. It's the secret sauce. It's the secret pudding. Whatever it is. Sentinels now still undefeated, actually. They continue their streak. Maybe lengthening their average game time just barely. But I will still say most of that series, like 90% of that series, was control from Sentinel. So, Alec, I think that the next question is, what are the odds, the chances that they drop a game in this playoffs bracket? Because it is looking low. 0%. You don't think it's possible for them to drop a game?
We're not. We need to stop with the jokes. We need to stop with the bad takes. I'm sorry. I had one at the beginning of the show. I'm so sorry to Sentinels boys. I can feel the jersey coming through to my driveway right now. Send the trucks over. Sentinels are not losing again in this playoffs, guys.
That's Alex's prediction, and based on how things have gone, it's hard to doubt that prediction. With that said, though, we're going to send it to a short break before we are back with our next playoff match right after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome back for our next best of 3 match in the playoffs. Still in the upper bracket right now. We got second place Demons taking on Imperius. Second place Demons named so because they are the second place team coming in, taking second seed, and Imperius as the third seed. I mean, game 1 or match 1, it was a story of a heavy favorite versus an underdog. This time around, Alk, I think we could probably expect a much closer series between these two.
Hopefully, it's the second and third seed. I hope it's closer.
Yep.
That would that'd probably make it a little bit better. But when we look at the story of these two teams, they've been playing in all of the qualifiers. There've been some roster shuffles on one of these teams, and I'm excited to see, especially because these two teams have not met. That Imperius and second place Demons have not played against each other whatsoever. So this is the first time we get to see these two kind of go head to head.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah. Part of that reason, of course, being that Imperius, I believe they weren't in the second qualifier.
They lost out pretty early. They lost to Kansui Hate Club in the round of 16, so they got a pretty hard knock on that one.
Kansui Hate Club.
So, I forgot to bring this up with you guys before we got on air, but there's a really, really cool storyline that is at place. Not only, as you said, this is the first time second place Demons and Imperius have played against each other, but this is a potential revenge match for Meals because Cloud9, back in the WNS Championships, were sent to the lower bracket by Suzaku. And you remember the player who had the Akali 1v4 at the Baron Pit that prevented that game 1 win for Cloud9?
Joe2!
It was Joe2 from Imperius. Meals and the rest of Cloud9, they don't like to fondly remember that particular game and series at the tournament, but this is a chance for Meals who has been stepping up and putting on incredible mid lane performances and Akali performance for himself back at the Team Liquid Summer Showdown, where he saved the game on an Akali in a 1v4 situation as well. So
could be a contested pick going into the
Very
series.
much
Well, let's
so.
take another look at the bracket here to remind everyone where these players and these teams are going depending on how they perform in this best of 3. A winner here will go on to face Sentinels in the semifinals of the upper bracket. The loser will go up against professional hot tub streamers in a best of 5. So whoever wins this, we will not see again today. They will be playing tomorrow. The loser will be playing in our last streamed match of the day today, which is that lower bracket. So if you want to see one of these teams play more games today, you can root for them to lose. That way you get to watch them play a best of 5 after this. But if you're a true fan, you should probably want them to win regardless.
I like that. Get more games under your belt so that you can...
It's the copium angle, right? It's like if you're a fan, you're happy either way. Either we win or I get to see them play again.
You just want to see more North America after Worlds. I understand. I get it. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's fine. It happens. We all have our ways of grieving. But looking at these two, Imperius, they've had a lot of third-ish kind of place settlements. They ended the third place in the last qualifier that we had before the LCQ. And second place Demons, it has been meeting Sentinels everywhere, man. They get to grand finals, Sentinels are waiting there. They get to Sentinels in the first qualifier in round of 16. Their second match, they have to play against Sentinels. Doom. They've tried to make changes, and as we see, we get to look at Meals, we get to see D'Enzio. I like how aggressive D'Enzio looks. He's just like, dude, he's just dictating the draft to his homies right now.
Meals even has the Cloud9 jersey on too.
He does. It's good. Fun fact, these are the only 2 teams that have actually gone to a game 3 in any of the previous qualifiers, the open qualifiers.
Yeah.
Not sure what that means, but hey, it's something right there.
King is just one of the throwing a stat there. He's like, hey,
yeah, I sometimes you start talking and you're like, I don't know where I'm going with this one, so let's talk about the important stuff instead.
Numbers.
Look at all the plushies behind Meals. Those are incredible.
Oh, I started choking after that. Great job. Really, really happy about that. Oh God. There's a Corky, guys. I'm out. I'm just gonna go now.
First pick.
I can go. Well, okay. This champion did get. We were talking about it last game. The buffs are pretty significant in my mind. The 80 ratios on almost all of his abilities have been buffed. I think, there is some play for this champion. I'm not the biggest fan. I'm not the happiest camper right now, especially now that I'm dying.
Are you okay?
I don't know.
Ouch.
I don't think
What's
so.
happening?
There was that stat, and now the quirky first pick. I think I'm just losing. I'm slowly just whittling away. I'm getting dusted.
Well,
Oh, no.
just if you find
Don't feel
yourself
so good.
if you find yourself deteriorating, just regain composure. Check out the comfy squish pets that Meals has in the background. We got a Squirtle, we got a Pikachu in the background as well. A couple other things on the bed. I'm not sure. Oh,
We also get Type Kha'Zix.
The
We get
Type
Type Kha'Zix.
Wow.
Type Kha'Zix, baby.
Okay.
So a quick note on Type. This is a player that we've been, me and Rafa at least, have been very hyped about all of this last year, even in 2021. And consistently the highest performing player on this roster, even in their losses that they've seen. He's oftentimes topping the damage charts, topping the KDA, which isn't always an indicator of correct gameplay, but it means that Type is a player that gets stuff done, right? He's always looking to make action happen.
Rafa, hype up your boy. Get in there.
I mean, how can you not? I think one of the things I love to always go back to for Tybe is that he has the highest number of objective steals on stage for North American Wild Rift games. The other thing too is that anytime I look at Type Kha'Zix, I will always get memories of Game 3 against Kwangdong Freaks at Icons, netting Sentinels their first ever, or not only Sentinels, but also North America's first ever international series win.
Nice.
I know it's only been 2 international tournaments so far.
That's a win. Doesn't matter. We take those.
Yeah.
We take
It
those.
counts.
It counts. It counts. Second place Demons now, as we get further into this draft, whittling away a lot at some of the physical damage options, and specifically the mid jungle here for Imperius. I mean, we talked about it a little bit before, but Johto is a really big melee specialist. We're talking about some of the assassins, but also has a Cassin in his back pocket. We were talking about the Akali earlier. I'm interested to see what exactly is going to happen between these two, because obviously you've got this, and now what is second place Demons going to do? Are they going to keep the Akali here for Meals, or are they going to kind of play into some of his expansive champion pool? Because this is a guy that has been willing to play literally everything, from Asol to Singed. It has been everything for Meals.
And he's not even the player that named himself after Asol.
No,
Cosmic Soul, he played last game.
this is true.
But it is a call he picked up by Imperius, of course, so
Whoa.
it won't be Meals on that champion. It looks like...
Whoa. Is this...
Nasus
Now-
Galio?
Oh,
I see Chianzio just gave the peace signs to
Send
camera.
it.
Oh, I love it. That's the kind of content we need at Dienzio.
let's
Thank
go,
you.
Dienzio.
What is
I
he
think
pointing at?
I think I don't know if the full webcam is up, but I think he's pointing at the board, and I wonder if the board has the. Do you remember when Isdraboa had the all right checklist? Take out the trash. Take out the trash list, and it was
Yeah.
the teams. I wonder if Dienzio has something similar up on the board as well, and we just can't see it.
Or
Oh, man.
he might be just pointing at Meals. I don't know. It could just be a flex, like, yeah, they're scared, you know? They're going with the Nasus pick
Potentially.
here because they're trying to scale up against us. The Nasus is... bot lane
So
with
what about
Galio,
the- yeah,
right?
yeah,
like,
that's-
that's got to be the only option
But,
here.
I mean, so
Or bot lane with Corki.
Meals is the type of player who would willingly take support picks like Morgana or Galio and play the mid lane purposely for the intent of, hey, I am just looking to fast shove my lane and then play with my jungler. I'm going to roam, I'm going to make plays and get my jungler far ahead. And especially combined with something like a Kha'Zix for Tybe. Tybe wants to dive in. You got a Galio shield on top of that with the hero's entrance. You're guaranteeing a kill onto someone.
Yeah, essentially. You got a good delivery system. They honestly have a pretty good team fight if their Nasus can get to the 2 items, 1 item, 2 item kind of zone. Both I don't even know if it's better though. I don't hate Imperius' team fight either. It's a very different style though from Series 1. I think that's one thing we can agree on, Alec. Like, these are very different looks for these teams, and I like that everyone's playing into their own style, playing into their own comfort.
Yeah, they've got some obviously some different changes and stuff that they want to prioritize. Again, this is another game where I think Nautilus is going to be having to work overtime, so make sure we get him a check and a bill after this game, because the low range on second place Demons means that Nautilus, you're all walking into him. There's a lot of people that are going to be walking into someone like the Wukong, And we were talking about the Nasus. Well, I mean, hey, you got a lot of pretty heavy physical damage. The Spirit Fire Armor Shred is going to be nice, but you can only wither one target. And if that means it's going on to Lux, then the Kali's just running straight to your backline and killing people like the Kazakhs or even the Corkis. So I think for second place Demons, their bruisers are going to have to be pretty well kept in shape if they want to try to keep up. Otherwise, I think Imperius has a pretty easy job of running over this game with the Lux.
I think there's a higher chance of single target damage from Imperius. They do have some AoE, Lux can provide that, Wukong can provide that, but in general it feels like this is the kind of comp that's like one at a time. Target one person, stun that person, CC that person, blow them up. Whereas second place Demons, that's kind of what the Kazakhs is trying to do, but Corki's just going to be throwing out damage. Galio zone control, Garen and Nasus creating space for all of that, and it feels like they might have a little more flexibility in how they can actually approach objective setups. Whereas Imperius, it's kind of like they just almost brute force their way in. Like they just have a lot of engage, a lot of tools to start that fight. Either way, game one between second place Demons and Imperius coming right up, as I'm going to pass it back over to Rafa and Al for the call.
That's us.
That is us indeed, Brother Alk. And it's
Let's
Nasus
go!
mid! It's Nasus mid!
Bro.
This was not the setup I was expecting for this, but Meals. I wonder if D'Enzio, when they saw the Nasus, D'Enzio's pointing, that's a Meals special right there.
That's Meals. That's the man. I mean, again, this is an okay matchup. Like, okay, look at this, right? Like, Johto walks up, Spirit Fire pushes the minion wave, and the lifesteal that Nasus has on his passive just means like, oh, I don't actually get to have fun this game. Now, obviously, Johto can go for trades when he does have energy, but pretty early on, that first ability is going to be pretty resource intensive. So I like this. And when we're talking about the push, he also has the fleet footwork. So Meals at any time can just walk in the river, and then there's just like a nice wither that gets dropped down. Also, Mark, I have good news for us.
What's the good news?
Johto finally changed his name, and we don't have I'm Done and I'm Done Too.
Oh, thank goodness.
We have Johto and Suki-ish, kind of.
Yeah, Suki still being a gremlin with the name I'm Done Too instead of just using your real name. Come on, but it's okay. At least Johto. Actually, I know what Johto me is, but that's an inside joke. We could talk about it later. But for now,
Okay.
Second place Demons readying up for a fight on the bottom river. Tony is here alongside Johto, trying to push away Meals, but now they're collapsing in for a potentially 4-man gank mid. That's the flash right onto Johto. He's caught up in the crossfire. First blood for second place Demons.
Look at that. Jackie just with zero hesitation, just straight up goes in. Kotomatsukami there on the roam, but not really able to affect anything that happened in that fight. So just an early kill for the Nasus to kind of pick up. Obviously, Jackie got the gold, but he gets to push this wave, come back to base, and an early Rylai's. We were talking about this earlier. With the only real ranged being D'Enzio on this Lux, that Rylai's with the slow on your Spearfire is going to be pretty intense, and I think pretty difficult for Imperius to walk through. Got to be feeling really nice, 1,500 gold pretty early on.
And you talked about it a little bit during the draft as well. Being able to max that Spirit's Refuge, the Armor Shred, means that Old School doesn't have to go for a Black Cleaver early on, which is what we just saw from the Cosmic Soul Corki in the mid lane. I think what's nice about Dragon Lane Corki is you can go for a full-on crit setup. So this will be Storm Razor, probably then into likes of either Solari plus Essence Reaver, maybe Infinity Edge down the line. So this Corki will be pumping out a ton of damage, and you don't have to decelerate your crit build because you already have the armor split thanks to Meals.
That's really cool. I just hate this champion. You could give me 100 reasons why this champion is perfect here. I will not listen to you. I'm so sorry. I just wanna make sure that you and I and the audience are all in. We all understand each other where we're coming from on this.
Alec literally said, "That's cool. I didn't ask."
Literally, like that's awesome, Mark. I'm glad you gave me the breakdown on the flexibility of what you can do in the different lanes. I do not care about this champion. Now, people are probably like, okay, we get it. You hate Corki. Why though? One, I just think that the way that a lot of people, not just around the world and also North America, play this champion, not necessarily my cup of tea. And right here, you see, like, he can do a lot of damage. I do love that about him, but... Oh, man. Oh, old school. He should be fine. Woo! A lot of summoners get blown there, but... I don't know if this was any other champion, maybe that's a kill. You know, maybe I'm coping a little bit.
Alka's like, where's my Lucian, man? Where's...
Legit! Where's my Lucian? Where's
my
the
Tristana?
Ashe?
Where's my Caitlyn?
Okay, we're not playing... you know, Tristana, Caitlyn, but the Corky, man, I'm just a hater. I'm sorry. Like, I get irrationally angry about this champion. Everybody has, like, their vice. And that's okay, you know? Everybody has character flaws. Like, some people are Corky players. Some people like to play jungle. Like, that's just not, you know, it's okay. It's fine.
Alka's out to get everyone here on the broadcast. Second place Demons, though, making the package play with old school 2v2 in the mid lane, knowing that Kodo Matsukami doesn't have flash from the play on the bottom lane before, and this just great punish. Dienzio now forced to flash, but Tony comes in. Does have Cyclone available, looking for the knockup onto Jackie, forced to get away, but he gets the Justice Punch. It forces Tony to flash in, but it's still not enough damage. Jackie survives, and old school picks up the kill.
I've been loving it, man. Jackie has just been spamming the Grandmaster emote the entire game. Gets first blood onto Johto, spams Grandmaster. Goes right into mid lane, survives the gank from Tony to try and save out on his Dragon Laners. He just keeps on spamming it. Also, keeping them alive. Really fantastic job. 3-0 now for second place Demons, as they're going to try to go for this Rift Herald early on. Kodo Matsukami is going to see it happen with the Dragon coming up as well. You see right here, Akali's just trying to go for something, trying to look for a roam.
Oh, huge damage into the mid lane. Tony forced to back off. Johto comes in, has perfect execution available, but knows that he does not have the safety to play at arm's length to look for any kills.
That was a pretty impressive job. Actually, really great job coming out from Johto. Puts down damage and also stops second place Demons from maybe moving into the river where they would have wanted to. So, honestly, impressive stuff. Again, Johto is the guy that has made his name on this champion, on the Akali here in North America, and to see him on it yet again just means, hey, I'm putting my reputation on the line, guys. I want to be able to win this game. They do not want to have to play a best of 5 later tonight.
Jackie forced to go over the wall. Johto goes right onto it, but Jackie says, all right, I'm just going to Hero's Entrance right to Tive. And now back in the pit, optimally for the play. Tony is trying to force his way in, but Tive is great with the smite, secures the dragon, and now this bug is online, is looking to leap around and sink his claws into the backs of Imperius. They lose out on Tony and Kodo Matsukami, and it's a death from Jackie as sacrifice, but second place Demons now need to get out. Johto looking for reprieve. Can't find it.
Yeah, and you saw there that, you know, Johto, he used some of his abilities on the Gallery. The Gallery just straight up made an exit. Took the highway out of that lane. It was like, I'm not going to deal with this. And now Johto was trying to kill Meals. Well, Meals is so tanky. And again, the Spirit Fire Max. This is disgusting. Has to go for the Honey Fruit. Look at how much damage. As soon as he drops it, 10% HP is gone. You just get wasted away by this champion. So, Johto with a creative champion pool, yet again, accessing it and making Imperius' life super uncomfortable.
And you know what's crazy about this Nasus pick now for second place Demons? This is unironically now a 2- or 3-way flex for this team now.
Huh? Is someone playing a Baron lane?
No, I mean,
it's just in the Dragon lane.
Well, I mean, Jackie plays Nasus support,
yeah,
and then Old School plays the Senna sometimes. But I think there's been setups as well where Old School has played Nasus and Jackie's played it. So I mean, technically it's still like a 2-way flex, I guess. I just didn't know if we needed to include the 3.
The players could, you know, we could do the human flex. Here it is, punishing second place Demons for this invade.
Suki doesn't have enough HP pool. Savage goes in with the dunk, but right into the heart of 4 people. He manages to get out. Tony, Cyclone catches him on the back end. Kodo Matsukami locking up time.
Oh no,
but he's got the Hero's Entrance from Jackie. He leaps in forward. The taunt setting up Jackie. Just one more on attack from Old School. That's enough damage. And second place Demons pull off the dive, manage to at least trade 1 for 1.
Man, massive damage coming out from Old School there. He just put in work on this Corky, trying to put down a lot of what Imperius was going for. And that was an invade that they started. They were going to try and steal the red buff. They made the exit, and they got some kills on the back end. I don't know how much better it gets for them if you're on the side of second place Demons, and they already have a 7,000 gold lead for them. Taking down that mid-turret is just so good for them, especially since the Lux here, who I just feel like isn't able to deal out a lot of damage and kind of just gets burst out immediately thanks to where Jackie is playing.
And just look how far ahead Old School is at this point. Almost just under 2,000 gold. Making his way towards the second item completion. Tybe is able to take out this turret. Now they have to make their exit, but they have enough protection. As long as Old School is kept alive, he can pump out the rockets, he can pump out the damage. Akoto Matsukami, oh no, Jackie, you can't keep doing them dirty like this. The Grandmaster spam emotes, that's the Jackie classic.
As soon as you start losing, maybe you can't, Rafa, but they're up almost 10,000 gold at this point. Splash whatever emotes you want, Jackie. Take that mid-tier 2, buddy, and go straight for the Rift Herald here. Second place Demons, they're putting in work. They're not taking a single break while doing it, and they're just completely demolishing Imperius. Imperius feel a little bit lost as what they can do here. They're not fighting on all 5. They're not looking for, you know, picks on the side lane. I mean, Akali versus Garen, thumbs up emoji. You're good luck killing that guy. And even here, the Wither plus Spearfire, Renekton can't do anything.
Dude, he's just permanently slowed, permanently immobile. It just seems that Renekton does not want to be able to do anything at that point in the game. Imperius, 10,000 gold deficit. Yeah, this is a tough position to climb back from, and Old School, I forget that you don't need 60% crit chance to come online with Infinity.
You know,
this is one of the reasons why Wild Rift is a better game. Just saying.
I don't know if that's the case, but we did lose that smear yesterday, so you know what? I'll let you hold this one. I'll let you hold this one.
I'll say anything to make Wild Rift look like a better game.
There we go.
I enjoy it.
Hold up. Be careful with the paycheck. Wild Rift shield. Jesus. This guy gets on the official YouTube channel a few times and starts acting up. You gotta act up for a paycheck. You already know. But you know we've got to get Rafa. We've got the dragon spawning in 20 seconds, and I just don't think Imperius can even bother walking up to this. Like this is. Like, they have full control of the dragon side. You can see it right now. Both of the mid-tier turrets are gone. You also have this bottom lane that, I mean, Garen is pushing and Joju just can't actually do anything. And so, when we're talking about, like, kind of the team compositions and just the players, Imperius, a lot of weight is obviously put on Joju to carry a lot of fights. He's a non-factor this game, and so is Dienzio. So, they're going to have to get creative. They're going to have to find something. Jackie's just too tanky.
Yeah, and Jackie just greatly played there. You saw that Old School was holding that flank for the longest time. Jackie finally takes the post position so that everyone just collapses on the dragon, burns it down. Now they're fighting in this choke point. This could be advantageous for Imperius if they lay down crowd control, but the damage already from Dienzio is just not enough because everyone from second place Demons just walks on through seemingly unscathed. Yes, their health bars have been touched, but not enough. Tony looking for the flank on the Old School. This is going to be the first death of the game for Old School. Just a little too far forward. Imperius finding a way back into this one, but you got to deal with time. And now time, he comes alive on the Kazakhs once again, finding the resets. I don't know if they'll be going for more, but this advantage that they have netted themselves seems to be game deciding.
Dienzio, he walks up thinking he's safe. So does Suki. And he just straight up goes down. A lot of members of Imperius either not respecting or maybe miscalculating the recalls there. Could go for a play here, Tony. Couple kills,
Tony,
maybe?
Tony. This is just too much damage from Tybe. 3 items on the Kazakhs, leaping forward, finds Koto Matsukami, and that was a tank Nautilus, and he just gets easily eviscerated by the bug. And Jackie, meanwhile, just pushing in the mid lane with this Rift Herald. And Joe2.
Oh, no.
I don't think you can do much, buddy. The Wither. Good night, Joe2.
Okay, wait.
Oh, Joe2 booted up. Okay.
The judgment. The judgment was wrong. Unlucky. But if you're a Joe2 fan, very lucky. Feels very good, man.
He survived the judgment. That's incredible.
Yeah.
He
Not many can say that.
You know what? Joe2 would be the guy that would survive judgment because he has a heart of gold.
He does. Everybody's seen the smile. If you haven't, you probably can find the Joe2 smile gif that we made in Minnesota. It's just perfect.
Wow.
Like, exactly. We've got like perfect. The Joe2 smile is just too cute. It's too OP, honestly.
True.
But I think he might need to invest in a little bit more damage somewhere. Like, something's got to give here, man. Like,
smiling at them is not gonna win you the game, Joe2. Oh no!
Smile and wave, boys.
Smile and wave. Dienzio locked on the tower once again. This is just easy pickings for second place Demons. Eventually, they will have the means to close out this game. And just look, I'm going to push the conversation over to game 2 at this point, because I think, you know, formalities aside, second place Demons, they're just a couple of plays away from closing out this game.
Yeah, they've got the tier 2 in the Baron lane, and honestly, this is just a tale of, you know, they neutralized mid so heavily, and obviously the Baron lane, we didn't get to see much action. Garen, Renekton, usually, you know, we'll see a little bit of action, but not really much happening here in this game. The Dragon lane from second place Demons played out of their mind. Jackie, specifically in their roams, was unmatched, and so Kodo Matsukami on this Nautilus kind of just had to play like, oh, hey, I'm here, guys, and then there's this, like, the dead remnants of his homies and his teammates just sitting there. He's like, well, I guess I'll pick up this wave, because there's not much that I can do otherwise.
It's one of those times where bot lane being able to make the first rotation move, and if you're not able to communicate or get people who are in danger out fast enough on the rotation, the game just starts falling out of place. And then anytime you see a Kha'Zix get online this rapidly, it just seems almost damn near impossible to stop them.
And look at this. Look at this from Meals. He knows he's playing support. He's got the Imperial Man. I love that. I love that so much. This is just beautiful. What is this taunt?
Oh, this package looks so damn good from Old School, but he's been sectioned off. The rest of the team cannot get in there quite yet. Kodo Matsukami, though, falls, and Ty has the resets to be able to just springboard himself. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gets the slowdown on Tasuki, flashing over the wall. That's the Quadra for Tybe, and he's looking for the penalty. Where's Jotu?
Go!
He's
do
in
it!
mid lane.
He's mid lane!
Tybe is sprinting for it.
Get
the
to
rest
him!
of the team, they're saying, okay, we're keeping him in place for you, Tybe. Come collect your Penta. Come in and cash it in, baby. The Zhonya's Hourglass is the lazy and inevitable Penta kill for Tybe.
And immediately they end the game. God, that feels good. That's an amazing play right there. I'm glad we got that one on the stream. It took a little bit, and it definitely was a, you know, merry-go-round, a celebration parade there for second place Demons. They smashed that game. Imperius, definitely been back at the drawing board for a few minutes. Oh my god.
Woo! Woo! That was crazy. 12-0-6 for Tybe. Deathless in that game. Yeah, I think that's a lot of evidence right there, everybody, is why we're excited about the prospect of this player going forward in North America.
And Tybe's story has been so awesome to see unfold over the past year and a half. I know there's multiple times when he was on the first iteration of Enemy that he was competing for best jungler in the league, if not, you know, top 3, alongside the likes of Lebmon and T Tigers consistently throughout the year 0 of Summoner Series. And then honestly, it was a huge struggle to see Enemy going over year 1. They did so well in that first major, but then as teammates started to drop, not being able to continue playing, and then Enemy had to field, you know, a quick pick-me-up roster going into the WNS season championships. I know there was a lot of rumors that Tybe is, I can't continue playing Wild Rift, you know, there's no org sponsoring us, you know, I have to start being an adult at some point and being able to take care of myself, and Wild Rift is not going to be enough for it. So every time that I get to continue seeing Tybe pushing himself and making a name for why he needs to be either signed or Tybe needs to, you know, continue playing Wild Rift and push for being one of the best players in North America. I mean, he was put on the Sentinels as a sub for a reason, and when Sheesh couldn't make it and Tybe had to set up to be the starting player for that roster, you got to see the marks of brilliance in their win against Guangdong Freaks.
He's had international experience at this point and is showing that he can compete with the best of the best in the region. And I actually have a little bit of a fun game while we wait for Pick and Ban to get going for this next one. Rafa, how many deathless games do you think Tybe has had so far, including this one, throughout all the open qualifiers?
3?
What's your guess?
I think 3.
You think 3 deathless games coming in from Tybe? That is actually correct. Congratulations. This is his third deathless game. He had one in Qualifier 2 against Paradolia, and then one against Janus Esports in Qualifier 3. But he didn't get a pentakill in either of those games.
True.
So I think this one probably takes the cake
That's
in terms
right.
of how you're feeling coming out of it.
You know, the one thing about Tyve is that his peak and his ceiling is like one of the best players, obviously in North America and potentially the world. That never comes without dying a couple times, because Tyve will just go for, because a lot of the times Tyve is going for crazy Baron steals that saves the game, and he has to sacrifice his life for it because he's all in, he flashes for it. Yes, he dies, but he secures the objective for the team. So
yeah, he was the big carry, obviously, at the end there, but I do want to give credit where it's due in the early game. The early roam coming in from Jackie on the Galio was actually huge in just getting things rolling in that game. I mean, you talked about it in the game, but I haven't had a chance. Meals was on the Nasus, so they played an early gank to a Nasus mid lane and actually pulled it off, getting a couple kills, and that got the ball rolling. And from that point, they never gave it up. So, Alec, I mean, I know that Tybe's the flashy player, but also want to give credit to Jackie, right? Role swapping as well, and still coming in, having an incredible performance.
Yeah, Jackie's also had a long history here in North America, doing a little bit of role swapping themselves. So I'm excited to see what they can do, you know, going forward. We've seen them throughout this RiftMasters, I think, perform at a pretty high level, obviously playing the Dragon lane before. So I mean, it's cool. I'm glad we get to see, like, there's two supports on this team that Meals can do it. I know me and Meals have gone back and forth about this a little bit, that he can play the dog champs, literally in this case, but also can go for more of those carry-oriented champions. But Jackie as well, making the roam, just did excellently. We talked about it during the game. Deceive just had zero chance of actually walking anywhere, and once the Nautilus is behind, in the sense that, like, he's not making the first play, Galio feels pretty OP when you look at their comp.
yeah.
And I also want to bring it to one other player that I actually, going into this, knew the least amount of information from second place Demons, being Sandwich, piloting the Garen in this last game. I feel like, you know, doing their job, but top lane, not to, you know, discredit any of the top laners, any of the Baron laners out there listening right now. I am a Baron laner myself, and you are all much better than I am.
Yes.
But when we look historically at, you know, strength of different roles, there has been a lot of conversation around Baron lane being on the weaker side. There's, you know, not as many players that are full package of, like, oh, I can play the weak side tanks, and I can play the carries, and I can play the facilitators. It's usually players that specialize in one way or another. So when I see new Baron laners come in, I always like to watch their play and see, how do they approach the game? You know, is there anything that they're doing differently? And I don't think Sandwich necessarily, you know, stood out too much in this game in particular, but I think throughout all the other qualifiers, I actually have been overall pretty happy with the performance from this Baron.
Yeah, I mean, Sandwich most of the time gets Renekton, right?
Yeah, that's it. Like, legit.
And I think you have to remember that Sandwich is recently coming over to Wild Rift. This is his first, like, competitive split playing the game. He, like Jackie, was a former high-ranked League of Legends player over in the amateur scene. And once Jackie and Sandwich, like, kind of reconnected and said, oh yeah, I'm playing Wild Rift, and Jackie's like, oh, Ben? Hey, dude, you should come play my team. And Sandwich, you know, while adapting to, like, what is the strong picks and just what seems to be best in Sandwich's playstyle, I think most of the time, prioritizing that Renekton always guarantees that Sandwich is at least having a strong laning phase outside of jungle interference or support, you know, any other team interference of some sort, and that gives Sandwich at least agency to play the game, or to, you know, give information to Tybe on where they can play. Like, can you invade? Can you set up this dive? Can you go for Rift Herald super easily? And I think the journey for Sandwich is now, as we watch his competitive journey go out, is what kind of other champions can you start flexing into? You know, what are the picks and styles will you show?
Well, the carries worked, though, and you know, as well, we're reminded from production that Sandwich got third place in the 1v1 tournament.
That's
so,
right.
For a player newer to Wild Rift, that's actually incredible to see. Obviously, the laners are usually better at those tournaments since they're just so used to going for all-in trades and duking it out, but cool to see there. As now, second place Demons find themselves on the red side, not blue, and Imperius locking the Yone first. back to Kha'Zix for tie.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I wonder if, because there have been some teams for second place Demons where they've banned out the Gragas the Renekton, and we've kind of see Sandwich default back to either the Garen or the Gragas. It just doesn't look the same. I think there is obviously some discomfort. So I'm expecting for second place Demons to immediately snap this up, and if I'm Imperius, you have to start thinking of what are Suki's champions that are going to go up against. Are they going to try and go for another Garen matchup there, or maybe switch it up, maybe kind of put Suki on something like a Jax?
Well, right now it's the Galio locked in, which might signal they go for the parrying in the bot lane with that. They don't want that to go to second place Demons, but no, it's the Lee Sin picked up for Imperius. Okay.
All right. Giving Tony some aggressive options. I was wondering if we were going to see any kind of Olaf Camille shenanigans go on, just because both of these junglers are relatively, I would say, especially for Tybe, a little bit more well-known, and Tony had some aggressive looks on an Olaf that I was expecting, but Lee Sin does something similar and obviously has that great mobility thanks to a couple of abilities on his. And for second place Demons,
what?
Oh? Nautilus
top.
Nautilus
or
top?
Nautilus mid.
Baron? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, last time we have seen Nautilus played in the jungle, but with Kha'Zix, yeah, it would be going into one of the solo lanes. I mean, I don't love it blind, I'll be honest, but maybe it can actually have a good matchup into Yone. I don't see that Yone having a lot of kill pressure on a Nautilus.
There are not a lot of mid laners that can you can move Nautilus, but I think it's pretty difficult to kill Nautilus at that point, right? So really interesting that they're taking that away. And with the Thresh, you have to be thinking of mages that they want to be able to play with this, of carries that are a little bit more mobile but deal a lot of damage. We already got rid of the Varus. I wonder if they're going to go for something like the Ashe, because all of the mages are getting swept off. Ziggs and Lux are gone. There's the Ashe. What's next?
Oh.
So you can tell that second place Demons are wanting to keep the effective range of Imperius at close. They want them to be on melee carries or short range marksmen and mages, because then it plays more effectively into Dredge Line reach, Death Sentence reach. You literally have Hook City from the side of second place Demons, and now they have the freedom to not only obviously give old school a strong damage range carry, but you can even give the carry reins over to Sandwich to see if, hey, we've already have a tank that is going to have strong economy because it's being played mid lane, potentially, but also Thresh as well as another body to stand in front. You don't have to be on Garen duty again this game. You can go for the Renekton, something that he's preferred in the past, or even if we see, and it's the Kaisa from old school. This is one of his favorite champions.
Alec, this is like double assassins right here.
Yeah, and this champion just got buffed this patch, so champion's kind of good. They put a lot of damage into her isolated Q, or into her isolated first ability, the Acathian Rain. So if you're ever in a solo lane with her, gotta be kind of careful around Kaisa, especially now. She has a ton of damage. And Imperius now, okay, Dienzio saying, I'm gonna take my brand here, and kind of leaves open what exactly are they going to be going for the Baron lane, because there are a ton of options. You don't exactly know who's going up there. Like, you can figure that, this is a Nautilus, but Nautilus into Yone does not sound fun for Yone at all.
Yeah, I'm going to predict it's the Nautilus going into the Yone and that they'll try and counterpick, especially if we're looking at Sandwich as a carry player. But the it's Kennen. Okay, good luck, Brand. I mean, you literally have to deal with Nautilus ult, 2 assassins jumping on you, and a Kennen ulting towards you as an immobile Brand.
This is so crazy, because Imperius, I respect the Brand pick, because yes, you're limited on options for mages to be effectively long range. So Dienzio says, okay guys, we can clearly tell that they want us to keep us at short range. Kaisa, also an effectively short-range marksman. Let's cook them up. Let's throw them into the fire. That's going to get easy pyroclasm effectiveness on all of them. Second place Demons, oh, you want to throw us into the fire? Bet. We're going to electrocute all of you. We're going to throw you all down into this pit. And there's just going to be a ton of AoE damage inside this effective circle. People are going to get cooked alive.
God.
I don't see this comp from second place Demons needing to group up for the Brand ult to get a ton of value. I don't know about you, Alex, if you're seeing anything different there, but like...
I mean, they can all kind of stand away from each other, but knowing how, people tend to get a little scared when the objectives start coming, they start clumping together, they like lock arms, they're like, we're going to walk into the ocean now and see what happens. It takes one good Kennen fight for this game to be over. Imperius are pretty low range yet again, And Yone's like, all right, I'm fate sealing in. And Kennen's like, awesome. Here is this really cool slicing maelstrom that ends the game, and you guys are going game 5, like having to play a best of 5 versus hot tub streamers. Good luck, Esports. Like, it's pretty tough. The Gallows Shield will feel nice, but if Kennen gets any kind of advantage early on, and that rolls into an item advantage, into a damage, is able to finish his item a little bit sooner, good luck to Imperius on that one.
What I love about second place Demon's comp is that it feels like they have a lot of dive potential, pick potential, and also peel. Thresh and Nautilus, honestly, two of the best supports at peeling for an AD carry. So even this Yone and the Lee Sin that typically you could say, oh, they just got to get on the damage dealers, get on the back line. Like, you got to get through a lot of CC in order to actually access that. That's pretty tough.
Yeah, I mean, literally, Imperius's one of two options was either you play into the fact that they're forcing short range on you with this brand, or they, you know, look deep into their pockets like, okay, I've got this, you know, super incredible long-range pick, but, you know, Ziggs was taken off the table, Lux was gone, Ashe was gone. There wasn't many options left that seemed comfortable for Imperius to lock in that moment. So, I mean, I think it just comes down to now how well this Lee Sin gets off the ground, how well he can snowball, because if you know you're going to go into a close fist fight, if you have better stats on you, if you have the wallet advantage, you will win out in those advantages.
It's always in the moment. The draft is how it is because you have to make quick decisions. Looking back, kind of would have loved something extra long range, like maybe a Caitlyn instead of that brand, something that can stay a little further back out of range. I don't know. I don't care. Caitlyn, I still believe is OP right now. I think Caitlyn is nuts.
I'm gonna go grab my pillow, man. You got this.
All right, go for it. Take a quick nap here while we break down the rest of this. Don't take too long, though. Yeah, we're going to be getting into this game quickly. I've just been destroyed by Caitlyn's too many times recently. Wait, Alk, what is on your shirt? What is on the right arm?
It's got little pinups.
Oh, okay.
Little pinups. For the boys.
All right.
For the boys. You know? Anyway, keep talking about Caitlyn.
All right, Caitlyn. So the best part about Caitlyn, in my opinion, she's got range and bully potential in lane, especially when you see something like a Kai'Sa Thresh. And on top of that, she has a lot of zone control that you're going to already be playing with the likes of the Galio. So she can set up the trap line. It's going to be very hard for the Kha'Zix, the Kennen, to actually get on top of her because she can really set up objectives, especially if you get to them first. Now, I don't know why you're snoozing because she's probably like the biggest lane bully in the game, in my opinion, again. Obviously, Alk is an AD carry player
right now. Sorry, guys.
Hey, I'm a Scion one trick now.
Oh,
that's what I've been abusing.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Just hit Emerald yesterday.
How did your tree bark soup taste, brother? Tastes good?
Malkai's not in the game.
Okay.
Well, we are getting ready to hop into the game here. So with that said, I mean, hey, it's up to Imperius to prove that the comp will work. They're looking to cook up the demons, but the demons are going to fishing with some hooks. Rafa, Alk, take it away.
I see you, Kangas. You're just leveling up your throw game and getting the wordplay as well.
Yeah?
You know, that sounded a lot more toxic coming out of my mouth
Yeah.
than I intended it. As soon as I said it, I'm like, oh, oh, he just messaged us. Oh, my throw game is 100%. Let's be real.
Nice. I'm glad we're talking. You got some NBA stats real quick. It's like I'm playing 2K all over again.
Yeah. I mean, we've played enough Earth and ARAM games with Kangas to know.
Oh, those
like
happens in normals too, don't worry.
I had AP Graves and AP Lucian, man. Oh,
I thought I was playing with Magical at that point. Yeah, we were getting close there. But, Rafa, we've got another specialty here. I have Kraken Slayer Thresh, Baron Lane, and there's a Kennen mid.
Oh, wait, what? What?
Now, if second place Demons win this game, there is some heavy trash talk that's gonna go down in the server. I already know it. Denzo's almost
taking a lot of damage, but good lockup from Kota Matsukami. Good answer onto Old School that forced the flash and the exhaust early, whereas Enzio still keeps his own flash. It's a summoner's advantage over to the side of Imperius's bot lane.
Now, I'm not gonna pretend like I know the Thresh Kraken Slayer matchup versus Garen, I can theorize, and they're even pulling him in right now. Don't know if they can get much off of that, but it is just a summoner spell, so gotta be feeling nice. They'll be able to push this wave. And
what makes this the Kraken Slayer Baron lane? Just out of curiosity.
Because he has, is that not the Kraken Slayer Keystone?
Oh, okay. I wasn't looking at the Keystone.
Oh, okay.
I thought you were referring that's what he was gonna first build.
Well, I don't think that item's in the game yet. So.
Yeah. 3-man dive onto the bottom lane. Jackie will burn down. Ooh. That's first blood over to D'Enzio. Meal's trying to flash in to see if he can salvage this attempt. Second place Demons don't have enough range to get on top of them though. Imperius able to walk out for 3.
And he ignited there, so some summoner spells gone there as Imperius do make a couple of plays. They end up grabbing that kill for D'Enzio, so feeling pretty nice. You know, we talked a little bit how, hey, we were a little bit question mark onto whether or not this draft will work. I have a feeling there may have been an accidental lock-in go in. So, I don't know if this is intentional. We won't know until after the game, and I check Twitch chat or I check some DMs, and I just see like, yeah.
Not even the flash can save Johto in that exchange. Slicing Maelstrom was just
too much.
Enough.
Just too broken. Okay. Good job from them. I mean, again, it's another situation where Jackie gets out of the Dragon Lane and immediately makes the first play. He goes for it. Now Tony is here. Can Sandwich survive? What?
He manages to kill Suki before Tony cleans him on up. Jackie and Meals are here to collect the wave to make sure that it doesn't get shoved into Sandwich's tower. I guess Kraken Slayer Thresh is it's working.
Rafa, we live in a society where Thresh Baron Lane has solo killed a Garen.
That's pretty dank.
that is a timeline. I don't know if it's my favorite timeline, but it for sure exists, and I have to sleep in. I have to sleep in this reality. You know what? Respect. That's totally boss of you. Okay, Kodo Watsukami trying to protect his jungler's red buff, but ends up going over to Jackie.
This game is already like a gremlin match.
It is. Oh, it for sure is. I just loved it. I'm actually kind of liking this top lane matchup. Like, I won't ever play this myself, but it looks fun, for sure. Empowered auto attacks from the Thresh. You always have the say as to whether fights start or not. You can use Flay on the Garen if he ever goes in. In team fights, you're fantastic, and if you know, hey, we're going to be team fighting a lot this game, might as well. It's pretty greedy, this is what I'll say.
I mean, normally I wouldn't suspect that Thresh would be the one that gains more with Econ versus something like a Nautilus, right? But Sandwich, it's technically a range matchup into the Garen, so you can always attempt to harass and get empowered auto attacks off to whittle down Garen in the lane. So, and I mean, Thresh with Econ, just going to be a tankier opponent than normally from the support role. So it's a decent frontliner with pick tools.
Now, I don't know if we'll ever get this stat, and we probably could just by leaning on the enemy guys, but I wonder how much Kraken Slayer damage this guy will actually do. Okay, Old School uses the exhaust and the flash there. He's buying a lot of time here, and I think they don't quite know that this has started yet. They are now. Tony's just going to have to jump back over the wall. Jackie.
Tony waiting for a Sonic Wave before he goes back in and commits the damage, but wants to get eyes on the Tide to see where Rift Herald is. Dragon's Rage kicks the bug away.
They're gonna go for
Tide
it.
just leaps back. Oh! Tony slips in a little Sonic Wave, yoinks the Rift Herald away from Tide. Someone who's known for stealing objectives, but the king of objective steals is taken upon by Tony. The slicing Maelstrom from Meals buys time, but D'Enzio still manages to get enough damage off with that Pyroclasm. And here comes Suki to be able to raven the odds. Tide has to clean this one up on the back end, but he cannot get back into the pit. He has to use the Blast Cone, but finds himself eating a fistful of sword from Suki. And Imperius blast off with the lead.
Man, and Tony immediately uses the Rift Herald to go mid lane, almost takes down that turret. 50 HP could be the difference between, you know, a pretty massive gold swing and the small amount of gold that Tony just got. He's resetting really late. You already see Imperius. Kodo Matsukami wants to try and get this wave in. You see Johto wants to try and pick up this turret so he can get the gold for himself. And, I mean, right now, Rafa, the Imperius are looking pretty good. The team fight obviously went in their favor, and Brand is able to do a lot of damage when you're in that small corridor.
And second place Demons were not quite on set up to fight back in that fight. I think their goal was, okay, we're going to take the Rift Herald, and then we're just going to back off. And then once they lost, they're like, okay, well, guys, we got to fight. We got to get something back. This is awful. This was not the outcome that we wanted.
This is not good. Oh, man. Ooh, are they waiting for Johto here? They're on. They know that there's no vision here. Tony should know that Jackie's in this bush. Kodo walking in Fog of War. Kennen is nowhere nearby, and there is an old school ultimate that they could use.
I don't think they saw time. Okay,
it hit my
Jackie
fridge.
was waiting for the dredge line to connect.
Not. Oh?
Meals.
Meals dead.
And the 1v1 against Johto. Yeah, he's gone. Soul Unbound, the death little aftershock damage. Jackie now finds himself locking up as Johto, but the hero's entrance from Kodo Matsukami. Jackie's just going to attempt to throw himself to look for a 1v1 trade. Johto making out alive. This makes Tybe's life even more difficult.
I don't know if Tybe knows that everybody's going to be in this pit. Now, there's no Sonic Wave. Old School is here. Oh, Old School! Whoa.
Okay, Kodo Matsukami gets locked up, locking up Old School. Tybe waiting for the moment to go back in, but cannot find himself to look for that steal. You're backing on Vision, Tybe. You're backing on Vision! Danzio gets the full combo damage down. Tybe, is it going to burn down? Tybe manages to make it out alive.
Wow.
But Imperius, man, 5,000 gold ahead.
Oh, hey.
Well, that's one trade kill. Back over to second place Demons. Meals finding him.
Okay.
His turret goes down.
Mark, there are things happening in this game. They're not good, but they're happening nonetheless. Second place Demons are definitely playing, but they're pretty reckless with a lot of their fights. They're just kind of walking in one by one. I mean, like, Jackie and Meals are kind of just like flying into like the no man's land a lot of times, and they're just going for plays. I don't think they're putting much thought into it, Rafa. I'll be honest. There's not much like secret tech going on behind the scenes. They're just fighting for the sake of fighting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know if I could disagree with that, because it's getting hard to see where the line of logic is flowing in, and I imagine second place Demons are just kind of playing it by ear. It's like, okay, this looks good. This no longer looks good, guys.
Yeah. Currently,
a
lot of the tools are just kind of getting thrown into Fog of War. They're just like throwing them to say that they use the abilities, and you got to be really careful, especially if you're Jackie, because you throw one like dredge line in the wrong direction, and you might pull Kangas into this cast. So it's looking rough. it's looking a little dangerous. There we go. See? He's back. He got hit with there's a Nautilus hook somewhere that just landed on him. He's in.
Depending on where Jackie is, that could be pretty much cross country or just across the state.
Maybe it's across the road. You never know.
Oh. Dude, that'd be wild if Jackie was living across the road from Kangas. What a timeline. However, Tony just picked up a Rift Herald. Looking at this turret on the top side of the map, Jackie and Sandwich defending it with their lives so far, while Tybe and Old School were able to pressure through this bottom side of the map, getting their first turret of the game.
So Mark, with this mid-tier 1 going down, it's pretty hard to play the game if you're a second place Demons. Notice that they don't have any other turrets that are down, which is fine. You're only 4,000 gold behind, but as Meals, as this Kennen, you have a really tough time playing this game without a turret that you can kind of play around. That is just so far up the lane, obviously in mid lane. It also, protects for a really long wave, which is kind of hard for Kennen to deal with. He's picking up items, so maybe we see him on a flank, but with that mid-tier 1 going down, it means that Imperius have a much easier time putting down vision, especially spreading out into the jungle, and it makes Meals' life really difficult if they ever collapse from a side lane and flank on him.
You're so dependent on vision, making sure that it's swept out before Kennen looks for that flank. Otherwise, you have to go in through the front door. Attempting to make a pick onto Garen. Not going to find much value here from the side of second place Demons, despite having all 4 members here, whereas Meals was pushing out on the bottom side. Oh, Meals, they're pinging for the collapse onto Johto in the mid lane. Meals is running it up. Johto seemingly going to get picked off here. Not even needing Meals. Meals going to collect the mid wave here. But the top turret does fall over for Imperius.
They're going to continue to fight here. A lot of abilities being used. Meals is now seen on vision. Jackie just barely missing out on Kangas there. Just so close. He almost got hit. But they end up getting away. Imperius, they're gonna get a turret, which is fine for them. And they can just reinforce this Baron lane. This turret is not going down. Second place Demons, you gotta run.
I feel like you are willing Kangas to be pulled back into the rock.
I miss him. See, look, I miss Jackie too. There we go.
Oh, okay. No, but nicely done from Old School, using the Killer Instinct after the Dragon's Rage had already been expended. Flash away from Old School, dodging out on the last bit of damage from Suki, despite the judgment almost taking him down. Savage making out alive. Meanwhile, all this happening, Tybe was pushing through the mid lane, and Johto does not manage to take him down.
Yo, respect to Sandwich, except for the fact that he stole that kill from Old School, but like, he provided a ton of utility. He used his Flay, the use of the Lantern as well, was able to kind of peel some of the members of Second Place Demons. Pretty good job from him. You know, unintentional side effect of having a Thresh Baron lane in your game, cool. It does, you know, obviously buy them a little time. And Second Place Demons, they're getting to that item power spec right now. We're talking about Old School and the amount of damage he's slowly starting to put out now. He almost has Infinity Edge for himself. So in the next few minutes, watch for them. Watch for how the Second Place Demons kind of come back in these fights.
Yeah, because it's only a 2,000 gold deficit. Second place Demons are not completely out of this game. Imperius have had the lead. They're able to secure the first dragon of the game. Now there's a moment. Watch where Meals is. I don't think he's on vision yet. So if they play for this flank, if no one from Imperius checks this bottom bush, Meals will be able to ruin their world.
I love this. They know obviously, like you were saying, they don't know where the cannon is. So why bother? Why walk in here? There's no reason for us to do this. Let's just summon the Rift Herald in mid lane. Here he is.
Oh, Tybe potentially baiting them into the cannon flank, but his only land is on to 2. Can Tybe find the reach? Dienzio, but Dienzio still tanky enough, is able to solo out the Kha'Zix, and a majority of the damage is gone. It's all on to Old School now, who has to fight his way through multiple members. Dienzio is still protected in the backline, so he can still pump out the damage. No Pyroclasm, though. And now Old School actually keeps them at bay. No one can manage to go for the dragon at this point.
Ooh, both dragon laners there, putting up a fight. And while you were talking about Dienzio and how much damage he was doing, you can see it reflected in his KDA. Old School was also trying to put out damage. And I think the fact that they were able to kill Tony there saves them the game of potentially losing that dragon and that fight going completely haywire for them. Second place Demons, they've hit that power spike we were talking about. Infinity Edge finish now. Red buff is going to be picked up for him. You look on Imperius, Dienzio's also hit his third item, so both of them looking for their dragon lanes to put up a lot of damage, and even Johto finished his Infinity Edge, so this Yone gets harder and harder to deal with.
And it's fitting that we're talking about the dragon laners being the ones that will be the key makers for this game. We might see an engage onto the back line. Fate sealed, stops Jackie in his tracks. Tybe is caught out, forced to flash away, but Tony flashes overwards. Meals coming in with the flank, slicing Maelstrom finds Dienzio into the back line. Johto is also gone. It's now Tony and Suki, but the judgment, flash judgment, will find Old School. And now the only damage dealer is realistically Meals. I don't know how much damage this Baron Lane Thresh will pump out.
He's got a lot of on-hit items, so maybe, you know, maybe he's doing a little bit of work.
I just realized what his build is.
Yeah,
this man build a wit's end.
This build is so cursed. Like, it has all of the things that I just never want to see on a Thresh.
I honestly don't know if it's good or bad.
You know?
Because in the context with the Kraken Slayer, it's like, okay, well, like, Wit's End, faster attack speed, more Kraken Slayer procs, like, sure. But it just begs the question, was this pick actually intentional?
Just see Kangas ping you in her chat and say, it's bad. Respect.
I wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. So that last fight is saved by the Dragon Laner, specifically for Old School. He went straight into that backline and killed Johto. Does mean that we see the Garen come in with the flash and the ultimate and just straight up one-shot him. But this is now an odd number fight here for Imperius. They should have the numbers advantage. Thresh is not going to be here for a while. And Old School almost gets found here, but puts down a lot of damage back onto Johto. So I'm not sure if they feel very comfortable about this. Imperius, they're going to just have to go right back to mid lane, maybe heal up off of some of the jungle creeps here, and look to start up this fight again. Everybody is here now. Thresh can move on down and look at where Kennen is. I don't know if they know where Kennen is right now.
They have a
Here he
control
comes.
ward on the Dragon Pit. Oh, here comes Meals! Once again, slicing Maelstrom. Finds the front line. Old School finishes off the Dragon, securing the objective for second place Demons. Suki with the flank. Finds the Judgment on the Meals, but you still have to deal with this Kaisa. Old School kiting Suki away perfectly. And the rest of second place Demons able to fall back and protect their Dragon.
And they grab the Dragon as well, so this Kaisa's putting in work. Dienzio almost able to kind of make a game-changing play there, but unfortunately the stun having to almost kind of tap into his Zonias means that Imperius, their Dragon laners, cannot get in. And we'll get a replay of that fight. I'm super excited to see this from second place Demons because they're playing with zero limits.
I don't think we have a time for a replay.
No?
We got another fight happening right now. Joe2 almost in range for that Fate Sealed, but his Soul Unbound timed out. Rest of second place Demons just backing away at the moment.
Do they just rush for the Baron here? Because, I mean, they just saw one person. They could have potentially seen one person go for it.
Ooh.
Forcing the flash out of time means they have complete control of the Baron lane now. They can walk in. Jochu's trying to find something with his, what is it? It's Soul Unbound.
Soul Unbound.
Soul Unbound,
Yeah.
thank you. They're just going to put down Vision, reset, finish some of their items, and look to try and contest for this again. Elder's coming up in a few minutes. Gotta be thinking about that objective.
This is the closest game we've had on stream today so far.
Well,
I mean,
unfortunately, two of them were KFC games, so yes.
formerly KFC, now Sentinels.
So, Sentinels, this is true.
Understandable. Second place Demons. Game one, we saw a huge snowball come out from them, and they were just able to close out the game super cleanly. This time, Imperius, we talked about it, how it had to be through Tony to keep them in the early game, to be that early game engine, driving that advantage forward. And it wasn't through the likeliest of ways that we saw. Rift Herald Steel netting them first brick, a lot of control over the mid lane of the map, and it just forced second place Demons to be on the back foot ever since.
Ooh, Tony's trying to look for it, but he has no ultimate anymore. And it just means that oh my! They land this!
Baron lane Thresh finds the hook on Nakoto Matsukami, and it's Hook City, baby! Death Charge looking for more, but it's already been used before, so Sandwich has to be the one. Almost looking for the flash that's on its way, but Old School dives into the backline, finds his moment. The push code! He interrupted Tony on the Sonic Wave at the Resonating Strike! I've never seen that before!
Let's go Old School! He just made an amazing play! Saves his team a lot of that, and well, yes, he's the damage dealer. Sandwich, that starting hook, they can try to go for this. Tony has the ultimate again. Massive damage down.
Wave.
Okay.
Huge Dragon's Rage. It stops the wave from crashing, prevents the inhibitor from going down. Second place Demons. The first time in this game that they find themselves ahead in the lead, but Imperius off the back of Tony's Dragon's Rage will still be alive.
Wow, and Baron is still up on the map 30 seconds before the Elder spawns. Feels like a massive momentum shift here as second place Demons, they've been behind in gold, yes, but they've kind of always held out on these team fights. They've gone even with Imperius, and finally they found a massive team fight victory. Off of the back of an unconventional hero, Sandwich, his first kind of foray into competitive here, his first year for Wild Rift. He's only been playing Renekton in the RiftMaster circuit. Picks up Thresh in game 2 of the playoffs, and potentially could be kind of securing and hooking his team into the upper bracket semifinals.
What a time to be alive.
We live in a society, boys.
Thresh Baron lane, and it's doing a decent job. Suki has a ton, much more gold at this point, but when it's 20 minutes into the game, eventually all the champions will be able to hit full builds in just a few more minutes. Sandwich also keeping Suki at bay. He has a Hullbreaker at this point.
He's right now, though.
He's beating Hullbreaker Garen to an extent. Oh, Fate Seal gets a lot of damage on the Old School. This is the Elder Dragon at this point. Suki has to make a choice. Does he continue pushing through the Baron lane, or does he make the collapse on the second place Demons? He's keeping Sandwich at bay, though, and he's slowly whittling down this Baron lane.
Oh, here comes Meals, though.
flashing forward, looking for the slicing maelstrom. Dragon's Rage is huge, punts the meals away. Kennen is no longer onto the back line. We got split screen action. Sandwich has been solo killed by Suki in the Baron lane. Meanwhile, it's still the fight onto the right side, but it's time! Time on the Kazakhs always pulls through for the resets, finds them all clumped up together, and is able to take out 3. Tony's the last one standing.
Oh my God, Rafa, we got new camera tech, and we even get to see new teamfight tech. Tony, does he make the steal? No. Not in time. Second place, Demons. We get to see it again. Suki, you got the inhibitor. Good on you. You did good for your team there 21 minutes into the game, but you're going to go down. Elder is going to smite you, and the Baron is going to be started up, especially now that we see Tony all the way down in the Dragon lane.
And they just rip this apart. Isolated Kazakhs damage, empowered Evolved Claws, old school 4.5 items on this Kai'Sa. This Baron is gone. No one from Imperius will be able to get up in time to stop them from contesting the second place Demons. The only thing that is going for Imperius is the fact that Suki did take out the inhibitor on the Baron side of the map, so Super Minions are always pushing through that lane. But if second place Demons find one more advantageous fight with Baron and Elder, it's game over, and they move on to the upper bracket.
Oh my God, and it's just so impactful. You see right here, they're actually just going to negate the fact that the Super Minions are up here by pushing in this wave. They have double Cannonmans. There's 3 of them up here. And while they don't push for the inhibitor, they're going to be able to push on 2 separate lanes now, going straight into the mid lane, gliding and taking all of the jungle camps with them, just accelerating a lot of that gold advantage that they have. Second place Demons, it has been an even game for the most part. Imperius getting off to an early lead, but now we see these team fights, and we're really relying on Jotumi and Dienzio to put out that damage, but there's so much threat. Specifically, we're looking at Meals, who has just made massive slicing maelstroms.
Second place Demons take stock of Suki pushing in through the Dragon side of the map. Tide is going to take his strength and test it against this whole Breaker Garen from Suki. He's got Sandvinch in his back pocket. Tide's got to be careful about how much damage he's taking, but the Judgment has already been used, and Tide gets to be able to reset back on him. Suki is gone. Jotu was also picked off in the mid lane by Old School. Second place Demons, this could be it.
Yeah, it looks pretty dangerous right now. 3 members. We're now looking at Dienzio to be the one to try to find this. It's scary territory, Rafa. We could be looking at a 2-0 again.
Dredgeline connects onto Tony. Dienzio forced a flash away. GA still available for Tony's Lee Sin. He's not going to burn it quite yet. Wants to be able to get another health bar fully stocked on up. But the Nexus is being pounded away, and that's it! Second place Demons. A back and forth bloodbath eventually ends up them being victorious as they will advance to the upper bracket semifinals.
All that I care about is we got to ask them if the Thresh was real. If the Thresh tech was real. Oh man. So is the One Piece. Second place Demons, man. Crazy stuff, and relying on just raw team fighting is something that we haven't really seen so far in the RiftMasters, right? It has just been either one-sided stomps. We've seen a couple of them come, you know, when we see the massive objectives, but this I think was going back to good old-fashioned front-to-back team fighting, and Old School and Meals, or Old School and Meals, yeah, doing a fantastic job.
I can't believe Thresh won the game!
Let's go!
What? What is this Twilight dimension we found ourselves
I love it here.
into?
I love it here.
I hate it. I actually hate it. Because now we have to acknowledge that Thresh has a 100% win rate in Baron lane when, I'm just going to say it, not a good pick in the Baron lane. And that build was not working either. I know he was slapping around the Garen at the end, but I was watching throughout those fights. You saw the damage dealt at the end there. Didn't really do too much. But what it did do is it provided still CC and peeling, which we had identified in pick and ban. And there's a big factor. When I looked at this comp, it felt like Meals on the Kennen needed to be the one to make things happen. And luckily for Second Place Demons, it felt like the big peel tool of the Galio, Kodo Amatsukami was not finding the Kennen very often, not actually able to lock down the Kennen in a lot of those fights. So I was like, okay, maybe the Kennen can carry them. But then the one big moment, Kennen's in the side lane with the Garen, suddenly Tony goes over aggressive, and they start to realize how punishing a double hook comp can be. Because Nautilus and Thresh, if you overstep, if you get out of position, they can hard punish, and that's really where it felt like the comp came online for second place Demons, is punishing mistakes and over positioning from Imperius.
And I think credit to Meals and second place Demons. I think a couple times where the cannon flanks were so vital is that me and Alec were talking about in the cast, like a lot of the early game, like I don't think second place Demons really know what they're doing right now. They're just kind of scrapping, and they're just like, oh, this looks good. Okay, guys, this is no longer a winning fight.
Nope.
But once they got past the 12-minute mark, I think that's when they started thinking about, okay, where do we want to set up Meals? Where do we want to sweep out Vision in preparation for the objective? And we just need the Meals to sit tight and be patient, wait for the fight to get crazy, because then that's when Imperius are going to lose track and stop commenting about where the cannon is and more about, okay, go for Kaisa, go for Kha'Zix, go for this guy, right? And then suddenly, boom, Pikachu is volt tackling the entire backline.
And Geo2 wasn't able to get enough done in team fights on the Yone, killing anybody. Tsuki tried their best to carry in the split push Garen. Did get that inhibitor at the end, but it did not work out for them. 2-0 for second place Demons! Woo! As they will advance on to the finals. So we actually have an interview with one of the members from second place Demons. We'll say goodbye to Rafa and Alk for right now and welcome on the member from second place Demons to chat with them after their victory. Meals! Congratulations on the win right there. A lot of interesting picks coming through from second place Demons. I want to start with the Nasus mid though. What's the story behind Nasus mid? What made you want to pick it there?
So my top laner was actually playing Nasus top, so I was like, why don't I just take this mid lane? I'll have fun with it myself.
That can't be the actual reason, Bills. This is like thousands of dollars on the line.
That is actually shit.
All right. Well, I mean, hey, you have it, you know, oftentimes getting the better of your competition, but this was actually a grudge match. I'm not sure how much weight you put onto it, but we brought up earlier on the broadcast, Geo2 was on that team that knocked Cloud9 out of WNS, or into the lower bracket at least. Do you feel any sort of rivalry between yourself and Geo2?
I would say so. I feel like we knocked each other off each tournament, every single time. We always challenge each other, so it's pretty fun playing against Geo2.
Do you have a relationship outside of just competitive? Like, do you chat outside of the game?
Oh yeah, with Geo2, we do chat. We chat to an extent where we're like super sus, I guess.
We don't have to get into that. Maybe Austria will have a conversation about what that means. I feel like there's still lore right there. But now we gotta ask about the big one, because I have been racking my brain. Thresh top lane was a misclick, right? Clearly this was not intended. Can you please tell me I'm not crazy?
Sorry you are crazy, but that was intended.
What?
Our team is
all right,
full of
talk me through it.
I actually don't know why we picked Thresh top, but Sandwich knows more about that than I do. But he just said one day in scrims, let's just pick Thresh top. We're like, okay, let's roll with it.
All right. Hey, I mean, it worked out. 100% win rate so far. But the player piloting at Sandwich, I'm happy you brought them up because they're newer to Wild Rift scene, newer to the competitive scene. So what's it been like getting to know them, kind of playing with them throughout these open qualifiers and now in the playoffs?
It's been great. Actually, none of us knew what Sandwich was or who he was, and Jackie just invited him as a PC player. So he's just learning the game, and we're learning with him.
Yeah, I mean, hey, learning on Thresh top lane, I suppose. But that goes into the question because this is our first time getting to talk to players on broadcast. And I would love to hear the story of how this roster came together. You know, obviously it's off season right now. RiftMSTRS is a huge opportunity to get some more competition, some practice, but also prize pool. So how did the roster actually come together? What was the origin story?
So Jackie and Todd were already on Enemy. So then I was looking for a team, and he invited me. I don't know how Sandwich came in, but I'm guessing Jackie invited him from PC to learn the game and start competing with us. And we had a Selmy support, but it didn't really work out, so we decided to get School as ADC and move Jackie to support. And that's what we're rolling with right now.
It's been working. Second place Demons, and I gotta ask, named that way, I'm assuming, because constantly second place to KFC, formerly KFC, now Sentinels. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. So what do you think about your match now? Because you just won. You're going to go up against Sentinels in the upper bracket finals. How do you feel about it? Are you going to remain the second place Demons, or is this your chance to shine?
I feel like this is our chance to actually beat them and compete against them. But it's actually an uphill battle from here.
I think that's a realistic, way to frame that one. But we will be reading for you, Meals. Of course, it still can happen. And yeah, thank you so much for coming on and chatting with us. Hopefully, we can chat again at some point tomorrow if you pick up another win right there. But for now, I'll wish you the best of luck, and we'll bring back on the casters to get into our lower bracket match. Thanks, Meals. Oh, I forgot to ask about the plushies. Oh no! I remember I wanted to. It's okay. It's maybe next time.
DM him at that point,
Yeah, true. But I guess Sandwich just comes in and says he wants to play Thresh top.
Thresh is
Maybe
better, guys.
maybe that is just all it takes.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Just play better. Just play better, noobs. I guess that's literally all it is.
Oh my god. I mean, Alk
I
did
mean,
say
it is in a way, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Alk did say it's like, I don't care if this was intentional or not. Just imagine the amount of BM and trash talking that happens if you win with the trash.
Yeah.
Have we checked the Discord yet? Has there been any trash talk?
I was completely enthralled with my plantain chips and your interview with Meals.
All right, well, how about this? Let's take a look at the updated bracket, wrap up this before we send it to a break and catch up, and we can check the Discord then to see if any trash talk has come through, because second place Demons advance with the 100% win rate. Thresh top lane, Swift 2-0 over Imperius, meaning that third seed and fourth seed will face off in the lower bracket. Best of 5 to close out the day. Winner will advance into the tournament and guarantee at least a third place spot. And of course, the higher up you place, the more of that prize pool you'll get. Everybody gets something, but it's about getting more as we're in the off season. Christmas is right around the corner. Holidays, probably a lot of spending from everybody. But with that said, we're going to send it to a short break here before we're back, and we can investigate and update you on what trash talk has transpired. So we'll see you then. Hello, everyone, and welcome back as we prepare for the lower bracket first best of 5 of our playoffs and the last streamed match of the day before we get into the remaining teams tomorrow. One of these teams we will be bidding farewell to, Imperius versus Professional Hot Tub Streamers, but one continues on in the tournament. So let's talk about the narratives because, Rafa, you noticed something kind of interesting about these two teams, and that the Suzaku, rest in peace. I know it's tough. They're gone too soon. The core of their old roster kind of split between these two rosters.
Yeah, the Suzaku roster that placed 4th at the WNS Championship and the one that played at Team Liquid Summer Showdown.
The legendary blue shirts, man.
A couple months ago. That was Suki, Demon King, Johto, Izraboa, and Stovey. And then when we got into RiftMasters, they split up. 3 of the members from Suzaku went to Professional Hot Tub Streamers in Demon King, Izraboa, and Stovey, and then Imperius got Suki and Johto. So now, former friends, former allies now have to be rivals on the Rift to stay alive in this RiftMasters for at least a 3rd place finish.
Who got the better half on the divorce?
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel like
I don't like that.
Who's the kid in this scenario? Who's the one that caused all of it? Man, we won't have to get into that too much though.
Now.
The fans. We have to watch mom and dad fight.
The big point there is that this was a roster that got 4th place at WNS, but now at least the bare minimum 2 out of 5 will get guaranteed 3rd place or higher. So that's the bright side, right? Moving up in the world for some of these players.
I mean, we have a different landscape of teams that are now kind of changed up. Tribe and Sentinels and Immortals have all become one team in the new Sentinels, so that eliminates like 3.
Hey, Immortals are they're just in the hyperbolic time chamber, Rafa. Okay, they're
building their new roster. Yes,
yeah, they're collecting power. They're revamping. That's what I believe. I don't have any information, so nobody quote me on that. But that's what my gut's telling me. That's what my heart's telling me.
If you want to know the new Immortals 2023 roster, DM Kangas released.
Yes.
And a Riot Gun Buddy too.
I'm gonna get in trouble. Charlie, their socials guy, is gonna be like, Kangas, what are you doing? Why did you tell everybody that we signed Faker from League PC?
That's a big league. Holy.
Wow.
That was your own volition. I mean, but it would make sense that Kangas would know because he is also from Minnesota, and that is the Great Lakes region that
True.
The Great Lakes region.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Well, I mean, honestly, if Immortals looking for players to pick up, I think tournaments like this are a prime opportunity to scout everybody, see who's looking on form going into the next season. Of course, it is off season, so not everybody is taking it with the same level of seriousness for trying to get scouted, but still, it's an opportunity for the players regardless. So that is always going to add extra stress, from my opinion, when you're players that want to get signed by the big orgs, the few that do exist in the Wild Rift scene.
Yeah, results matter. Turns out winning tournaments is pretty good. But guys, I just, for everybody who's joining us, best of 5 here for all the eliminations. So anytime we go into lower bracket, we've got a longer series on our hands. And Professional Hot Tub Streamers, they've had time to kind of look back at the tape, see what exactly they did wrong, and come back to it with a fresh mind. Imperius are just coming off of a pretty fresh loss. Right, they had about like 5 to 10 minutes break in between, and there's not much that you can really do. You got to just immediately bounce back and say, all right, what parts of our game plan did we not like? What parts, maybe can we keep and try to keep on going? But I think personally, seeing this match between Cosmic Soul and Johto should be a lot of fun.
Just based on how the draft had gone for Professional Hot Tub Streamers in their first match of the day, I think so. We could have a bloodbath in the mid lane. But before any champs are actually locked in, I want to point out something that I didn't notice before. Dienzio. I always assumed that DN was a reference to a D's joke. Nope. But now I've seen that the tag says @DarkestZio. Is this like a Darkest Night reference? Are they just like a DC Universe fan?
I have no idea. You would have to ask Dienzio himself for what the origin of that IGN is, because he's had it since the Vainglory days.
You know what's great about that, Rafa, is that if they win, I'll get to interview D'Enzio. So there we
you
go.
There
we go.
I can
There you
ask
go.
him
2 birds
directly.
with 1 stone.
Hitman, meanwhile, finally we get to see them on camera. God, that smile is just infectious. It's making me smile right now.
Yeah,
Just look so happy.
he does.
Hell yeah.
I mean, he played Gwen both games in their games, so he's like, I'm chilling. I got nothing this game. Like, he's having a lot of fun. But this time picking up the Fiora, which, you know, still can be flexed. We'll have to see exactly where it's going to go, but definitely something strong that if we're going to let Hitman carry, I think it's a pretty strong way to do so, especially when you look at what's been banned already. Grog is gone. I'm just surprised Renekton is getting so far through this game.
Yeah, I might just go all the way with Riven locked in, Olaf. So that will be Demon King's jungle pick, meaning the Fiora will go into the top lane for Hitman GM that you see on the screen right now. Has been piloting a lot of the carries, but with the Gwen banned, this is what they go to. And yeah, I mean, maybe the Riven could go jungle and we could still see the Renekton, but
Yeah.
unlikely.
Well, it is banned, so we will not be seeing any Renekton.
Just kidding. All right, it's gone.
Perfect. And they
Aha.
got rid of Jotu's Akali as well, so don't think we're going to be seeing Karma for them. We're going to be seeing a different kind of mid laner. I don't think Hassadin is very good in this position. They already got rid of the Zed. The Jace is gone as well, so
No fizz for Soul.
Oh, thank you! Ashe exists! I don't know how we went through 4 games with this champion not being picked. One of them was
Wait,
banned.
is your
I'll
Boa's
take
going to pilot it?
Respect.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
You need a win.
You can't beat him, join
By
him.
any means necessary, I need this win.
Hey, you know, Israbo has been very vocal about, like, guys, if we don't get the Ashe, then I don't want to play against it. And maybe the scrims of recent people have been kind of leaving Ashe later and later on to the draft, so they took a chance on, hey, they won't pick it, and because they already locked in the Varus for D'Enzio as well, they're like, okay, well, there's no way they're going to pick Ashe, you know, ever. So this is now a time where Israbo can supply engage from long range. Estranged Hero can still roam around on the Nautilus while Israbo is fending for himself. But with this Riven swapping over to the mid lane for Jotu, Cosmic Soul now,
What do you go
it's got to
for?
be his counter pick into it.
A lot of options. I mean, he could just play a control mage here if he really wants to. You look at what Imperius has, and it's a lot of melee range. It's a lot of people who want to try and engage on you, but I love the Ashe here. I think an Orianna, although not very popular right now, would definitely kind of start to hit. Would provide a lot.
We don't know where everything is going on Imperius. I guess it could be Shen support with Karma mid, but that could be a Riven mid with Shen top, Karma support. Like, they have
That's
some
what I'm
flexibility still,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
Ari, I don't know if you want to play the Riven into that necessarily.
So, Mark, I don't know if you really want to expound on the Riven mid here, but I mean, for Ari, she has just such great zone control once you get into once you start controlling vision, especially if you're professional hot tub streamers. Alongside the Hawk Shot, controlling vision is going to be name of the game for them, and walking into Fog of War is so dangerous. There's going to be an Astro coming at you. There's an Olaf. There's Nautilus. Ari can be so flexible with where she can kind of position herself. I think it's a pretty tough game if Imperius are ever behind, and they need to be able to get out of this mid lane as soon as possible and look for a roam down, because you're not going to really push Ari out, but as the melee mid laner, you're trading your HP for the ability to touch the minion wave.
You have great picks potential for professional hot tub streamer side. I mean, you can layer down a lot of single target crowd control off of one another between Nautilus, Ashe, and Ari, right? Even an undertow slow from Olaf can get things started on someone without flash, because then you can guarantee the landing of the other spells right on top of it. So for Imperius, even though like you might try to bail this Riven pick out away from mid lane and swap it over the Baron, I think Jotu is the type of player who he's not going to care about the matchup. He is willingly blinding the Riven into whatever Cosmic Soul is going to pick, and it's more advantageous for their Dragon Lane duo and D'Enzio and Kodo Matsukami to run that double range, to have the Varus as well as the Karma. I know you're not a big fan of it, but this is, like, if you look at the draft and how things played out, like, they willingly picked Shen into Fiora. They willingly blinded Riven.
Well, That's the matchup that I'm terrified of. As a Baron laner who plays a lot of Shen, Fiora is one of your worst matchups because you can't really bully her too well with the early Shen levels. And if you ult away, say like, oh, Ashe Arrow lands or Ahri Charm lands, and somebody says, ult on me, Shen, you're out of lane, and Fiora can take like 2 turrets before you get back in the lane. She is very, very quick at split pushing and taking those objectives. So that is where it's like, if they do that, they need bot to get ahead. They need to utilize that range and get a lead there, because then they're basically playing against the scale of the Fiora.
Yep. I mean, not much else I can add on to that. But if I'm Shen, and, you know, oh, Fiora took my turret, but my bot lane lived and got like 3 kills, you know, I'm not the most upset gamer.
Sure.
And Fiora team fighting is dubious depending on how it's going to be played. It'll be hard for Fiora to play this game just because of you look on the other side, and there are so many targets that she can use her riposte on, but really can only kind of mitigate maybe 1 or 2 at a time. I'm looking at the Lee Sin. Imperius, they have to get off to a pretty early start here. With this Riven and Lee Sin combo, they can kill a ton of people on professional hot tub streamers. There's not a lot in terms of tankiness until we get, you know, maybe a few items deep.
And a point that we haven't brought up yet is that this is back-to-back best of series now for Imperius. They just suffered an 0-2 loss, and now they got to get right into a best of 5. Hot tub streamers, they've had a full, you know, hour and a half to reset, recollect themselves, get some rest. Watch that last stream and come in with immediate eyes of how Imperius just played and maybe their own game plan coming into this one. So if we're just looking at how the format of this day shaped out, you also got to favor the hot tub streamers there, despite being the 4th seed versus the 3rd seed. I feel like having, you know, fresh thumbs can play a factor in these really long days, Rafa.
And I think that's why Imperius are giving so much trust into Dienzio's lane for this setup. Like, if it plays out the way that we are expecting it to with the Shen top, Riven mid, then Hitman on Fiora could run amok, could get insanely ahead on this Fiora. That's the gamble that Imperius are willing to take, because they are willing to say, you know what, we are going to make plays around the bottom side of the map, and we are going to let our most vocal player, our most confident player in Dienzio, be the one pushing forward, leveraging his advantage into getting us a win and starting us off right in the series.
Tony also getting back into cover with the Lee Sin seemed like what they enjoyed playing the most from the last series. I will say, though, be careful when you buy Serpent's Fang, everybody. It's not always that gold efficient, depending on the comp you're up against. And I don't think that it's going to be good here. I don't think it was correct last time around.
So, an item counter
Tony, please.
When we just had Thresh Baron lane with Iceborne Gauntlet, Wits, and like, we do not need to be counting out. We do not need to be counting items, guys. It's okay.
Look, last game was absolutely bonkers, Alk. There was a lot going on there. All right, that was just one of like the 20 things that was going on that I noticed when you look at your screen any given moment. But Rafa, you're actually like a Lee Sin, not a one trick, but you play a lot of Lee Sin. He's your most played in Wild Rift, right?
It's fine. It's cool.
So when I saw the Serpent's Fang rushed, I mean, it's not the end of the world. Like, you either choose Yumu's Ghostblade as your rush, or you just start rushing into Bruiser items is usually like the standard for Lee Sin, right? And I think the Serpent's Fang was supposedly like, okay, well, there's either I want to dive Thresh early and just negate the shield from the Lantern, or I wanted to negate the shield from the Kaisa Killer Instinct. I mean,
well, either way, that was last game. Now it's about the next game. So, let's see how Imperius bounce back. It's a long day ahead of them. Fresh Hot Tub Streamers versus Imperius in our best of 5. Rafa, Alk, take it away.
Ba-da-da-ba-boom. We have taken it away. Although I didn't actually grab it from Kangas this time.
No.
I used to do that all the time.
I know.
That was well, but for Imperius though, this squad, as Kangas noted, is running on back-to-back-to-back games. And depending on, you know, players' personalities, that can either favor them or be a inhibitor from longer runs of play.
Sure, I mean, we can talk about, you know, just some of the expert or you know, the veteranship, right? Like, we can do the caster's narratives if you really want, Rafa. We can do that. Dienzio is obviously a world champion. from other titles, and he knows probably more than most in this lobby. Like, hey, long days are just a thing that's going to happen, and he can kind of talk some of his other players through it. Like, hey guys, like, just stay in it. Like, if we win this best of 5, like, we continue on tomorrow, and we have to play another best of 5, but maybe, you know, we can make it to the end. And then obviously, like, the money makes it all worth, right? So that kind of thing definitely could help if you're able to motivate them correctly, but they got to stick into it. And I'm sure, you know, a lot of eyes may be looking towards Jochu to carry, especially because of, in my opinion, some lackluster games due to counter pick in the mid lane happening. So hopefully for them, you know, Imperius can find some second wind and get off to a good start in the lower bracket.
They've, you know, bringing us back into the game here, though.
Goodbye.
Hot Tub Streamers. They saw a strange hero roam to the mid lane, and so they set up a really early dive, beautifully executed by Tony, Dienzio, and Koto Matsukami. Forced a flash as the turret was starting to ramp up, and a strange hero tried to find a counter kill, but it's only first blood for Imperius.
Now, Rafa, do you remember what happened in the first game of Professional Hot Tub Streamers when Isterbo was left by his lonesome in the Dragon Lane at around 1 minute 20? Now, I'm not going to say that this is scarring, but for sure, in the post-game, I'm saying, hey, maybe, I don't know what we're getting personally off of that, but this feels really bad that I lose all of my summoners at 130, and I die for first blood. So, maybe we could not do that? Maybe?
Well, Hot Tub Streamers are going to try to find a countermeasure on the top side of the map, dive Baron lane, and this should be enough damage from Demon King and Cosmic Soul to find one back.
There we go. Okay, they made the dive happen on the Baron lane, and Fiora kind of baiting him out, saying, hey, look, we can potentially go for the solo kill. Hey, look at me, try to go for the kill. Isn't able to get it. And Shen still level 5, right? Like, yes, it is a small gold lead. We'll see if Professional Hot Tub Streamers can kind of compound that lead into a little bit more, but for the time being, gotta be feeling pretty strong about that. And I love this coming out from Imperius. They know that, hey, a strange hero is not here yet, so let's just take away your honey fruit. Let's try to put you under a lot of pressure because we have the level advantage, and you barely just hit 5 now.
Right now, it's clear what both teams' win cons and early priorities are for. Imperius want to leverage this Varus and Karma, whereas Hot Tub Streamers are trying to get this Fiora snowballed out of control. And it'll just come down to the mid game. Once objectives have spawned, we'll see what these two teams are able to do with both of their map sides being on the stronger side.
Ooh, it's just so dangerous now here as... Yeah, I mean, this guy's straight up dead. Okay.
God, that was filthy. Even Israel tried to counteract it or stall it out as long as possible with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but a lot of damage overload from both the double range lane in Varus and Karma, plus the Dragon's Rage to boot. Unfortunately, Israel does go down.
Yeah, and again, he's just kind of getting targeted now, right? Like, the Dragon lane for Imperius, they have the lead. They've had the lead for the last 3.5 minutes, and unfortunately, Israel just kind of not playing as respectful as you have to. When you're so far behind, really early on, with specifically without the flash, you just have to say, look, if I get a minion wave, that's really cool. I'm really happy that I was able to get this minion wave. But it is worth to just be in experience range and not be able to grab the gold. That's just how the matchup has to go.
Hitman GM now currently under fire. Koto Matsukami roaming onto the top side of the map, but a strange hero is able to answer, and Izraboa still contributes despite being down in gold by 1,000 because he can shoot cross-map arrows with a stun.
No.
Tony, beautiful save, answers back before Hitman can get in range and take out Suki.
Ooh, and fantastic job coming out from both Tony and Dienzio. They got the roam off there, moving straight out of the Dragon lane, or sorry, out of the mid lane. Dienzio, if this was a damage Ashe build, may have taken a little bit more, but unfortunately, it is an Ashe build that has a tier and a Coalfields Warhammer, so they find that kill.
Ashe that's been dove twice now, and oh
no.
Man. Izraboa, unfortunately, not having the greatest time on this Rift. Imperius have been targeting him down, putting him super far into the dirt, and as Imperius skyrocketing forward with a very sizable lead.
Manamune completed, but like you're saying, the lead is just getting worse and worse for them, and I don't know if Hot Tub Streamers can even start up this dragon here. Instead, they want to try and end the laning phase up in the Baron lane. They're grabbing this Rift Herald, immediately moving it, shifting it into the Baron lane, getting gold for Jotumi. And I wonder if they'll try to play under this turret to try to go for a kill, or potentially even move down under. But for the time being, Hot Tub Streamers are going to pick up what they can, lose their first turret in the Baron lane, and try to get this dragon, maybe set up for, hey, let's get some hidden power from these Drakes.
Scaling advantage, Hot Tub Streamers will be playing for the long run of the game. Engage onto Isdraboa, but Tony is there, and even the flash from Isdraboa does not get him out alive. Turret aggro only takes out one so far. Jotu forced to retreat. Rift Herald still available for the side of... Wait.
They used it, Baron. They got the turret.
Okay, that's right.
This feels very sad. Like, I'm playing... Now, in all fairness, Isdraboa is playing Ashe. So this is probably the best AD carry you could be playing at the time that will not just like be absolutely useless with no items. But it doesn't feel good because a gold is just going on to Dienzio. And I love that Tony just played with absolute reckless abandon. He just went straight under the turret, tanked some turret shots, and was like, I'm going to kick you and you're not going to have any more fun. This is as close to like the online bullying that we saw last time Isdraboa was playing up against the Ashe. You know which clip I'm talking about.
Yeah.
This is as close as you can get to that without just straight up playing Ashe.
Yeah. Well, if there's any player that will have the mental resolve to bounce back and still, you know, continue playing to the best of their ability, I have faith in Danny. But on the flip side for Imperius, you know, someone that has been loving life right now is Dienzio. 3-0-3 on the Varus. 2 items fully completed. Once the Muramon is fully stacked, you are going to be able to relentlessly fire out piercing arrows.
Here we go, using the ultimates, Dragon Rage comes out, they're diving under this turret, Ashe ult lands, and that's 1 kill for Demon King. Don't know if they're going to be able to find Kodo Matsukami though.
Nicely done from Hot Tub Streamers, and this is the power of Ashe. Like, yes, down 2,000 gold, still going to go down in the mid lane, but at least contributed to a kill cross map and is able to set up the people that are not behind, like Demon King, who has been quietly accelerated into the game. Now 3-0 on Olaf, but Tony has the help of Suki with the Stand United on the Shen. Is able to take out Olaf, get the shutdown, and look at Tony! This is why they prioritize the Lee Sin pick for him in this game. The comfort shows through. 5-1-1 on the Lee Sin. 4
kills for them in that extended trade, even in the mid lane, right? We talked about it. We were just then hitting onto Dienzio feeling really good, being so far ahead. He solo kills Isdraboa with a 2-level lead. That is incredibly difficult to pull off in you know, Wild Rift, especially here. So the fact that he's able to do that, they even prevent the turret dive and are able to grab multiple kills on the back end of that. Fantastic stuff coming out from Imperius as they continue to try to compound this gold lead. That's just getting, it's gonna feel worse and worse because Hot Tub Streamers are, their team composition is predicated on the fact that we have a gold lead in one of these lanes and we can pick off multiple members, but without the ability to actually kill people and you know, find those kills, it just means that you're sitting there with a bunch of tools and not enough hammers.
Yeah, at this point, Hot Tub Streamers are hoping to somehow stall the game out long enough for Hitman to come online and start splitting, but Isdraboa just doesn't get to play the game! Hot Tub Streamers managed to trade 1-for-1 onto Tony, who dove way too far forward and had no way out, as Imperius now have to prepare for the next objective of the game, spawning in 5 seconds.
Rafa, it actually just has to not be worth to kill Isdraboa at this point, right? There has to be no gold in this guy. Like, it's, you know, we can assign blame as to whether or not he should have died in like whatever spot, right? But like, you can't, you just don't, you're not worth any gold anymore.
I agree, but it might not be the we're killing Isdraboa for money. We're killing Isdraboa to prevent wave clear and to take one member off the map. So then it opens up turret taking. Now, cross map, arrow. Oh, Tony intercepts the arrow. Jotu able to get out alive this time.
They should know that, and they should know now that Tony's obviously in the pit. Karmolt is used. Rift Herald goes over.
Tony still has mobility to be able to get out of this fight. The Chain of Corruptions has done so much work in the river. It's spread to 2 people, locking up Kodo Matsukami and Demon King, and there's no way that they can get out. Imperius skyrocketing forward now as they pick up the second Rift Tower of the game, and they start to barrel towards the bottom side of the map.
Wow, and right there, I mean, it seems like it for Imperius that they've drawn first blood. in this matchup. We've never seen these two teams play against each other in the entirety of the RiftMasters circuit. So being able to see this, finally get to see kind of that matchup we were talking about in the draft about the, that we have all 5 of the members from the old Suzaku roster playing here. First blood being drawn by Imperius, got to be feeling good. We were talking about it as well, like coming off of a loss, looks pretty good.
And it just goes back to the credit of Imperius putting all their eggs into the D'Enzio basket, saying, all right, we're going to trust you. We're going to give you the resources and the advantages. And D'Enzio obviously being super vocal, super confident, as we've known him ever since we first saw him on Enemy in Year Zero and even during his tenure on Tribe in the WNS. I think D'Enzio still proves to be one of the more valuable players to ever have on a team when it comes to make or break.
Yeah, and we'll have to see right here. Hot Tub Streamers, they're waiting, and that is a cooldown used.
Oh, and they find Tony. Ignite is picking down, and Cosmic Soul picks it up. There's no jungler for the 50-50 smite now. Joe2 on the run, gets a stun down onto Cosmic Soul. Has Stand United from Suki, who looks to re-engage. Taunt right on his Jerboa. The flash is too late, and Cosmic Soul, no more Spirit Rush charges available. One more flash from Suki. The dash from Joe2 lines it up. Meanwhile, Hitman has been doing work into the backline of his own, finding a shutdown of D'Enzio as well as Kodo and Matsukami.
Oh, they're just sitting in this. No, wait. Is Strange Hero with the magical taunt? No!
Taunt. And even the Blast Cone, Joe2 is there to intercept him. Tony's going to come back up off the respawn. Demon King has to challenge them for the Dragon, but it's 1 versus 3.
The Strange Heroes here. Looks like instead Imperius are not going to go for. You see that Pink's coming out. Someone's going to have to pick up this wave. And during that fight, Isabro did finish the Mirror Mana. It did end up, transforming. So that is something that they could look for later on. And now that he has his 2 items, I'm sure that he's more than willing to say, all right, everybody take my farm away. I do not need it. I already kind of didn't need it because I was 0-7, but at this point, now it's definitely not useful on me. So now that we have the Ashe in full support condition, we're looking now at how Demon King and Hitman can kind of play this game, because so far we haven't seen much out of Cosmic that is kind of impressive.
He was able to find 1 pick, but apart from that, the early game has been somewhat quiet from the Ahri. Cosmic Soul has not been able to link up always and find these picks. Joe2 now engaging, forcing the Spirit Rush charge. And Channel Crystal Arrow does not find its mark. Tony also hovering, making sure that Joe2 is not completely alone, but the Death Charge is going to land. Nicely done from Tony, trying to buy time with the Dragon's Rage, but in the end, Joe2 is still locked up, flashing away, Stand United, but it's not going to come through in time. The Transcendent Embrace locks up multiple members, but Suki was not able to complete the channel. And so Hot Tub Streamers still find themselves in a 5-on-3 advantageous.
We take that right now. They're even summoning the Rift Herald down in the Dragon Lane. Imperius, can they find the steal? His take is taking a little bit long, and instead, now it's going to be a 4-on-3. Joe2's going to be spawning in 15. Let's see, can Tony find it? Sonic Wave lands.
Vision, 2,000 HP. Yeah, he would have to safeguard. No, it's too late. Demon King, great patience from Hot Tub Streamers. They secure the Dragon, 2 dragons to the name. The scaling power's online, but Suki has collapsed. He has flash. No flash available.
Oh, he's just going for it.
Takes out 1. Ragnarok popped from Demon King. Cosmic Soul flying in with the Spirit Rush charge. Suki has no support from over the wall. Beautiful.
Oh.
Dragon's Rage through 3 people. But the Transcendent Embrace is not enough damage, and Hitman GM is still finding the backline once again. Joe2's back up from the grave. Gets charmed up by Cosmic Soul. Has so much damage to work through. Health bars are low, but Joe2 doesn't have enough cooldowns to be able to fight them through. And Channel Crystal finds the mark. Kodo Matsukami is forced to flash. And Hot Tub Streamers, through thick and thin endurance, even down in gold, are prevailing hard in these fights.
I mean, Mr. Boa is the biggest T1 fan. He must have seen yesterday's games. He must have seen the World Championships. 0-7, he says, I could do that. I could do that right now, and we could still win this game. Mr. Boa must be the 2nd biggest Zeus fan right behind Cubby, our friend Matthew Samuelson. It's just... That is insane stuff. The fact that they're still winning this game, they're coming back into these fights. Olaf is hitting a lot of his power spikes. He's really tanky right now with the Sterix and the Warmogs. And so just having the Imperial Mandate that you can play around, as well as Hitman, who has, I think, not missed a beat throughout most of their series today. I mean, it's just, look at where he is right now on this Fiora. We were talking about how much of a split push danger he's going to be, but now in team fights, Dienzio's in a pretty rough spot, having to kind of get away from a Fiora.
Dienzio, as you said, there's multiple threats that are attempting to dive him. Cosmic Soul, Demon King, Hitman. And speaking to is Jerboa's merit, 1-7 on the Ashe, suffering, being target practice, and the just hit for Imperius's multiple picks throughout the early game, but he knows how useful he can still be despite being down multiple gold. He just fires the arrows, and that sets up the picks for the rest of Hot Tub Streamers to destroy the remaining members of Imperius. Dienzio, being one of the most valuable players on this roster, being taken down means that the rest of the map is open for the taking.
Can he live? Hey man, he's just gonna try and heal. It's a consolation prize for them. They'll get the mid-tier 1 and the Baron to start here for professional Hot Tub Streamers. Rafa, you would have said it after the early game that the game looked a little doomed. Some would have said Suzaku didn't, or you know, that the Hot Tub Streamers just didn't have a chance. They fire the Ashe ultimate again. They get the teleport out from Tony, and that seems like enough for them. Imperius, they're able to get them off the objective.
I'm pretty sure he had to sell his full boot and chance with, I don't know if he was running Zonia's or Stoneplate, but he fully swapped it out for teleport.
Respect. He knows. He has
it had to
do
be done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A necessary evil, unfortunately. There's a teleport Lee Sin in my game now, so he has to. I mean, he needs it, right? Like if they're gonna play on the opposite side of the map like that, where they have to go for Hitman GM and get that kill, alleviate some pressure, I think it's still a pretty okay situation if you're Imperius.
Yeah. When we talk about how driven teams and players can be when emotional momentum is on their side. In the past 2 fights going the way of Hot Tub Streamers, I think that is one of the most dangerous teams that could have momentum and take that high, riding it into an unexpected victory after what we saw in the early game. But Tony, finding Hitman, he's going to go for the Dragon's Rage, waits out the riposte. Beautiful patience from Tony. He's going to get caught out by a strange hero, but Jotu flashing onto the back line, giving Tony space. Now it's all up to Dienzio if he can fire arrows into the heart of the front line. Almost looking for a strange hero, but he's able to walk out. Jotu finally goes down, burns down to Demon King. Now Demon King is the one pushing through onto Dienzio. Dienzio getting her corralled into the wall. Demon King doesn't have flash, looking for the undertow, but now Cosmic Soul is the one that is on the hunt, flashing forward. Sure, charge forward. It's the Zonias, but it's the Orb of Deception that finds its mark. That's all 5 gone, and it's enough time for the game-ending push.
And Rafa, Hot Tub Streamers have done it after an abysmal early game. After Jerboa just being straight up removed from the Wild Rift event, he comes back, he says, I'm playing Ashe! Who cares about laning phase? And if I'm one of these guys, you gotta type it, Rafa. You gotta put in #botdiff. Hot Tub Streamers, they've done it. They take game 1 here in the lower bracket.
Oh. First game of a potentially long best of 5 series going the way of Hot Tub Streamers. We said if there's going to be anyone on the team that has mental fortitude that is untiltable after already getting destroyed by Ashes in previous games and getting put behind, it's gotta be the boy is Jerboa. Danny is not tiltable, guys.
Mountainscape right there of a gold graph. What was going on? I mean, you talk about Jerboa. Untiltable. Yes, agreed. But Cosmic Soul also on the Ahri coming up big there. Demon King with the decisiveness too. I mean, we talked about him as a player. When he makes a call, he makes a call. And he was just hard committing to those late game swings. As soon as that gold graph started going down and getting back in the favor of Hot Tub Streamers, a lot of it was off of them just saying, hey, we're going to all do the same thing at the same time and just punish people out of position with their pick tools.
I don't know, man. Ashe is kind of broken, guys. Like, what other champion in the game can you go 0-7 on and your ultimate has like a 17, 18-second cooldown? You increase the amount of damage that your teammates do, and it's a global ultimate at that as well. Like, you don't just get that from anywhere else, and it works just so well. I think it's definitely something that works when you have such an aggressive jungler, someone who likes to be the star or kind of the leader for your team in Demon King. That kind of style just works so well, and a mobile carries like the Varus really can't do anything against that. Riven does not do enough burst damage, and in a long drawn-out engagement, Olaf is more than happy to take that trade.
And on top of that, the Shen, even with Stand United, we saw towards the end there, like, that cooldown significantly shorter than all the pick tools, and also, it didn't always guarantee that whoever got hit survived, because sometimes the burst was just too much, and they just died anyway. I was definitely higher on Hot Tub Streamer's composition from the Fiora side of the matchup. I will give credit, though, that it was not really the Fiora that was the reason they were popping off there. The Shen did a really good job. Props to Tsuki for actually containing that Fiora very well. But then, yeah, the way that you laid it down, Alk, it was just the Ash Arrow after Ash Arrow, bringing them back into the game. And I know that we had just said our closest game had been the previous one. I think this one might have been closer, honestly.
Sure.
For sure.
We talked about Hot Tub Streamers being, especially when you have Demon King at the helm, a very momentum-driven team. As soon as things start looking good in one direction, I think, you know, when Suzaku was at its core upsetting teams like Cloud9 in the past, it was always Demon King in the vocal comms, popping off and just giving that surge of confidence to the rest of the team. When you have a loud voice like that, you know, sure, in the games that are losing, maybe it's not the best thing, but in the games that you're starting to slowly win, oh, it is serotonin overdose.
Yeah, when you got the guy in your ear screaming, I don't have the bleeper, so I'm not going to say the whole thing. Let's go. Yeah, it gets everybody going in whatever direction they're throwing them.
For sure, and we'll have to see what
Roth already used up all of our profanity.
I was going to say,
cast,
for
so
sure.
I couldn't say anything there.
There was just no chance we were going to get away with that one. So, Imperius, what are their answers going to be, right? Because, you know, we can kind of look back to the draft before this as to what exactly they could change from here on out. Lucian kind of staying on the ban table, and this looks mightily the same as what we saw, right? Like, Gwen should be the third one for Imperius if they're going to keep it all the same. They did take blue side again here. Jace is another selection here for professional Hot Tub Streamers, and so I just wonder if they're going to kind of continue their Varus priority, because obviously Varus did a really excellent job. Dienzio, in all, you know, you look at that game for the most of it, there's not much he can do. I think he played that about as perfectly as you can, mechanically speaking, but there's just not enough front line and not enough peel from Imperius in that situation to get away from someone like the Olaf. So instead, I think pivoting towards the Corki, someone that can cross terrain versus Olaf, can do a little bit better in that case.
Yeah, so to catch everybody up here, the bans are the same, except it looks like Imperius might have forgotten to lock one in. We'll wait for maybe production to get confirmation on that for us, but either way, they don't have all three bans locked. And now the adaptation, it was Karma as their first pick last time around, but like you said, Al Corki this time, a little more damage, and also a little more kind of self-peel potential with the Valkyrie. Ooh, but still Nautilus. So is Nautilus Fiora for Hot Tub Streamers. If we're looking at adaptations, obviously the team that won might not feel too pressured to actually change much.
Rafa, how are we feeling about Nautilus R1? Thoughts? Opinions?
I mean, I think for Estranged Hero has usually been instrumental in finding huge picks, or at least engaging the fights. In that last game, the Death Charge, landing knockups onto multiple people, or just preventing someone super mobile like a Lee Sin or a Riven from getting away. I mean, that's before Nautilus came out in Wild Rift, it was always hard outside of having someone like a Vi to guarantee a lockdown onto someone super slippery. But at least with Death Charge, it's like, oh, you see them trying to scurry away. They're burning Flash. They're burning, you know, Safeguard or Hops, and it's just like the Death Charge is coming either way, but you're not getting away from the knockup. So like that tool is always, I think, super valuable. And it took a while for people to start, you know, picking up Nautilus even more and more. But now I think it's, you know, being prioritized, at least on the red side, is a good sign.
Yeah, I think it's a fantastic pick. It can be drafted, you know, against. You can pivot if it's locked in early and try and go for a super kite back style of composition. Galio, I think, is actually a really good into that. But it still can provide a lot of value. And to go with the Karma as well. could be in the Dragon lane. I still assume that would be going into the mid lane, but I mean, we have seen some crazy stuff. Maybe that Nautilus is going jungle or something.
Yeah.
But at least we do see the Garen locked in for top lane.
Kangas, you're right, man. Sorry, Rafa. You can hit your point here. I just want to say that Hitman's constant smile is just like, I can't stop looking at it, man. Like, what is this?
And now it's so dark wherever they live that there's like no light behind them. And all you see is the face and the smile.
See, even in darkness, Hitman's smile will brighten up the way.
I love the LATAM region. Shout out to Hitman.
Hell yeah.
Former sub on the Stamina roster. Kind of helped them get to a couple of early year placements as a substitute, obviously playing under with Death, and you know, eventually kind of maybe helped that roster in some way or some form get to Icons. Didn't actually end up playing because wasn't end up listed as a sub, but he is a guy that has played in both regions now, both North America, played on also the old Nagawara roster that has been kind of floating around in a couple of the open tournaments earlier on, so excited to see what he can do here now. Is kind of hoping to take his team to game 2, right? Like, this is still a best of 5. You still have a lot of room to kind of show off, and now we're going to see, I think, a lot of different Dragon Lane stuff, because look at what's gone. I mean, the Varus is gone, Ziggs, Senna's permaban, Lucian.
There's still an Ashe available.
Yes, there is, sir. Yes, there is an Ashe. Would you like to see an Ashley here? Ooh!
Oh, it's Demon King Shyvana.
I have not seen Shyvana in this game, and so every time Rafa mentions this champion, I'm just like, I'll wait till I see it. Like, I don't believe in this champion.
It's workable. I like it in solo queue. I think once you get to professional, it's honestly a little harder to pull off from my experience.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Once they changed, I mean, before the dragon changes, or just the overall passive changes to how Shyvana gets her empowered forms of her abilities in Draconic mode, even in solo queue, Shyvana was kind of a trash champion. But now that you are no longer dragon dependent in order to get those stacks, you can just farm your way through. Then in solo queue, she became one of the best, if not the best, solo queue jungler, because it's very easy to get by full clearing, powerhouse farming your camps, and a lot of people are not able to punish that early on, right? Whereas in competitive play, even now with that change, people will recognize, oh, well, we need to start snowballing the game, or Shyvana is just going to power farm and become, you know, this really hard to deal with bruiser in the mid and late game. But I think Imperius's answer is, rather than trying to stop the Shyvana from accelerating and look for early game plays, they're saying, oh, you want to scale and power farm? Sick. We'll also do the same thing.
I like doing that.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing about the Gwen. In the jungle, I would assume, although I guess they still could go Fiora jungle with Gwen mid lane if that Renekton's going top. They're showing a lot of champions that could be flexed between those three. But the Gwen and the Fiora will match a lot of the skilling of Shyvana, so it's Vayne as the final pick for professional hot tub streamers. It looks like they have misclicked. We are hearing from production that that will not be the final champ locked in, so we'll wait for confirmation on that.
It is Vayne.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
They misclicked the Z, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
it was a okay, the Z that got hovered real quick. But okay, Vayne locked in. Okay. Well, hey, that will help with the scaling. We got two very heavy scalers on each side of the Rift.
So I'm curious now. So hot tub streamers, there's a couple ways they can run their lanes. I think, you know, guaranteed that we're going to see Garen and Shyvana and respectively Baron and jungle. But now the question is, do you want to give Johto the Karma so that he can get guaranteed push in the mid lane and be able to rotate and protect Shyvana from still being able to power farm or look to invade and get camps? Or do you do something crazy and do you send the Nautilus mid lane so that you're preventing whoever's on the side of whatever Johto is piloting from being able to move, and then you're giving guaranteed push over from Vayne with the Karma lane so that you're protecting Isdraboa from the waves crashing in, setting up for a dive, because you do not want Vayne getting put behind.
Yeah, you don't want that happening. I think it's pretty hard, even with a Karma behind you, to push away versus what I'm going to assume, you know, is the Galio and the Corki. Corki just has a much easier time, especially by himself, clearing a wave, and especially at length. When you're talking about the range distance with his pack or with his with the missiles that he has, it's pretty hard to do that when you're level 5, and especially if you're Vayne, you kind of want to have a long lane so you can set up to chase people down with the final hour with your tumbles and all that. I am worried here for hot tub streamers just because Johto, I think today, just hasn't really been hitting the mark that we know he can in a lot of these games, and I kind of want to see what they'll do, and I wonder if this is like that band-aid solution and say, hey, we don't need you on carries, we'll kind of offload a little bit of that responsibility away from you and put you on these supportive picks, whether it's the Karma or the Nautilus, and can he, you know, kind of pilot these, you know, because it does take a different skill set to play these sorts of champions. It is not just like, you know, I'm playing mechanically in the pocket, trying to find those kills in the back line. It's not like a Riven, it's not an Akali like we've seen. It is, you know, hey, you land a really nice, awesome ultimate on someone, you're looking for a specific pick, you're playing around vision, and you're specifically, again, playing with your jungler, which I don't think we've really seen between Johto and Demon King.
I want to point out that I think regardless of where the champions go here, Jerboa is the damage dealer on professional hot tub streamers and is the person that we need to really follow in this game. Shyvana can do some damage. Karma has a little bit of burst, but like the Vayne is the DPS in this composition. But you look at Imperius, Corki, Renekton, Gwen, Fiora. This is like a threat overload composition where there's 4 damage dealers that can all, if they get fed, start to pop off and look to carry. It's really the Vayne that we're looking at on the side of professional hot tub streamers. So Jerboa, you need to step up. You have a composition drafted around this Vayne pick. That means that pressure is on.
Quasi threats are always super terrifying to go up against, especially when you are on the quintessential, I don't care what the enemy team is playing, I'm going to 1v9 carry like a Vayne, right? But it's the type of situation where if professional hot tub streamers manage to win with this composition, I think you can go into the third and potentially final game of this best of 5 with so much confidence over Imperius. This is a game where, upon this win, it could be mentally and momentum-wise like so damaging to Imperius that there's no way coming back.
It's just training, right? Like you've been playing for like a couple hours now, and we always talk about this in our longer streams. Like, hey, like, you're gonna be playing for a pretty long time. There's like very little break in between. You just kind of gotta rough it out, and kind of gotta sit through it. In all fairness, like if we want to go like the Cope answer, they're still getting a pretty nice chunk of change, you know. Oh, well, they got the Ignite early on, and Jerboa is trading a lot. Yes, Kodo Matsukami's taking an early recall, but we're off a game 2 already, and they've even switched it up. We got Johto. Oh, hey, I got mixed up there. All right, well.
I just assumed you were talking about Cosmic Soul, because I think that narrative-wise, it's been somewhat similar. Like, the Ahri pick was... towards the later end of game 1, it like turned up. So I paid little attention to the mix-up. But for hot tub streamers, because this is Karma in the mid lane, you are looking for that guaranteed push to be able to always collapse at a moment's notice for Demon King on the Shyvana, protecting him from the farm ways. Whereas Jerboa and Strange Hero, because they're running not the Karma instead of the Nautilus, I think they're just looking for kills in the bottom lane.
Yeah, they can do that if they really want to. I mean, you even see Fiora's pathing down here. Demon King's going away from this without an Ignite as well, like a Strange Hero. There's a period of time that Imperius can look for something, and it could be on this next wave. You see right now they're fighting for this. They could try to dive if they really want to, especially we talked about it earlier, the fact that it is, you know, the Galio and the Corki.
It's a flash from Kodo Matsukami. He used both sums there as well. Jerboa's got to be careful. Thankfully for him, Tony, while not being on the Lee Sin and investing for a little bit late game insurance in the Fiora, does not have the same insane mobility and punishing early game tactics that Lee Sin would be able to boast. As is this a solo kill from Suki? Just barely.
The snip was just almost kind of came up. He had just used it, so not able to make that play happen. And Tony might be going for a double scuttle here. You see a strong hero is coming up. Demon King's level 5. He just gets the kill immediately.
Demon King, full clear power on Shyvana. You have the clear speed to do so. Ramping on up. Doesn't care about the Scuttle Crabs at all because hitting level 5 first allows Shyvana to fully ascend. And First Blood going over to Demon King spells great things for hot tub streamers.
Wow, that's a pretty massive power spike, right? Like the fact that, you know, Tony, when we're talking about this, Show 2, you gonna go for this?
Oh, but finally, oh, beautifully patience from Johto. Waits until a strange hero is deep under the tower, turns it around with the ulti and ignite combo.
And this is why we always talk about Johto, just like that, you know, the ability to tap in on certain plays. This is why we always consider him like the melee specialist. It's not always, you know, oh, I'm playing assassins. It is literally I will play anything that is melee oriented. I can play Renekton when I need to, the Yone. I can also play stuff like the Akali, the Kassadin. So many different styles, and I think he just plays on the edge. And that was just a really good outplay coming out from him under his own turret.
Don't be fooled by Jotu's smile. Behind that smile is a deadly killer.
We need Johto and Hitman to like do like a side-by-side hug and like smile at the camera. It would just, it'd be great. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about?
Competing for best smile, for most wholesome of the Wild Rift scene. Absolutely.
Be perfect. But other than that, early start here for hot tub streamers. I mean, Shyvana feels pretty nice. She has a gold lead, and you know, while Fiora will be able to scale as she gets more items, more gold, being up this far ahead, I think, pretty early on makes it really easy for Demon King to just walk wherever he wants and kind of do whatever he needs to.
And there's some recent buffs on this patch for Shyvana, base damage of her burnout, which I know there's a lot of discussion of whether to max burnout or flame breath first. Flame breath, obviously, when you ascend, you're going to get a lot more out of ranged poke damage. I personally love burnout max first because you just blaze through the jungle so fast, and it just ramps up your mid-game clearing speed, which ramps up your acceleration of getting 1 item, 2 items online. So we already right now, 1,000 gold up, Trinity Force has already been picked up well before the first Dragon and Rift Herald of the game have been spawned. So Demon King is in prime position now to set up and claim the first objective.
He's at the same mark as his solo lanes right now. Like specifically in the mid lane here, we're looking at Johto finishing the Blade of the Ruined King. Cosmic Souls finished his Luden's Echo, and so now they just have complete access of this. And you see that the Baron laners, they just traded, and now it's resets, move on to the Dragon. Imperius instead, look at where they're moving. They're moving out of mid lane. They know that Dienzio has the package, and so I wonder if they're going to try and split map for this. Have Fiora solo the Herald, and let Dienzio in your Dragon lane just kind of sit here and be a nuisance to the hot tub streamers. Just stop them from doing the objective.
Right now, Imperius are doing a great job of stalling the ability of hot tub streamers to get the first objective on the board, preventing their walk-in into the Dragon. They've secured the Rift Herald, and so now, I mean, Dragon was never even touched by hot tub streamers, so they can walk on over, Astroglide into the bottom side of the map. But right now, Isdrabo is doing a little Astrogliding of his own as he takes out Johto under the tower.
Oh, he's so close. Dienzio just used his package. Now Tony's gonna go looking for Vayne. Vayne should be going down, that's one.
Now Tony flash forward for Isdrabo, takes him out. But meanwhile, we still got a battle erupting in the Dragon side of the... Whoa! Demon King! Flashing forward over the wall, finds a double. And I think they're at a numbers advantage looking for this Dragon, or at least a bottom lane push.
I don't think they can at this point. They have to recall. Look at the HP bars, right? Like, Demon King does not have the ultimate available. He's going to be coming back out of base. Isdrabo just now respawned. So it looks like we're just going to do a little bit of a dance now. Rafa, the Rift Herald went over, but the Dragon has not been finished quite yet. Needlework being used here to force an HP trade out of Hitman, but when you're playing Gwen versus Garen, I mean, he just did get the Honey Fruit, but also just Garen passive means he just gets to heal for a ton. So don't know if we're really going to be going for this. A lot of tools were just used by both teams, and I think they're going to be waiting until the next, until they're able to at least use all their ultimates.
This Gwen, something that you always have to keep in the back of your mind and can't count out. Changes on this patch where they basically killed Gwen jungle because Riot does not want to see her abusing the jungle.
There are no AP junglers
farming.
in this game. Good luck.
Feels good, man.
Just like League. Just like PC.
Well,
They got
Yeah.
Carfus, but
We
no
got, we got Karthus, we got Fiddlesticks. Soon people will come back to the Elise train. You know what? Put Elise in Wild Rift. I would love to see that.
No, Rafa
Well,
just
Dragon
needs
has been-
Elise and Nidalee based. All right, here we go. Numbers advantage for them for the time being. Vayne is nowhere nearby.
Smite secured by Demon King, and now he ascends, flying onto the front line and just burning his way through. Johto has bought a lot of time in that Renekton ultimate, but the Grand Challenge initiated gives a lot of healing and reprieve over to Imperius, and somehow Imperius surviving the onslaught and taking 2 down with him.
Yeah, and Strabo was just not in that fight until the end of it. And really what you want to see from Hot Tub streamers is let them whittle away at Imperius, right? Imperius, they need to be able to engage. That's the entire point of their comp. When you have this Renekton, the Fiora with the Galio, you can play in their face and just fight them for their HP bars. Whereas Hot Tub streamers, the Vayne and the Karma really want to play at range and then look to execute once they get under a certain HP threshold. And they just didn't wait. Demon King went in with his ultimate after getting the dragon, and no one able to follow up with meaningful damage.
That's the Demon King way, man. Sometimes you gotta just go in and see what happens. And
Just send it.
just send it. Hashtag fully send. That's what helped them get the game 1 win. You know, you live by the way, you die by the way. But Hot Tub streamers, not an insane lead at this point. We know that both teams are itemized and waiting for late game to come online.
Yeah. Obviously, like, both of these teams are going to have a lot of tools to play when we get further in. And once, physically, they get levels, right? We're looking at Dienzio. 3 items for him is going to be a massive power spike for Imperius. Tony as well, who, you know, has kind of sustained this gold deficit versus Demon King. That's a pretty nice trade, especially for Dienzio, who did get the drop down onto Isherboa, but that trade goes any longer and potentially we start to see a little bit of trouble, especially when I think both of these Dragon Laners know, like, we are by ourselves. We have got to be careful.
Isherboa and Dienzio, they have many a time faced each other in past Wild Rift on stage matches. I still think of the Isherboa taking out the trash list, notably marking the Tribe as their next one before Tribe did get the best of them with Dienzio on that roster in a 3rd place matchup before going up against the lower semifinals. And Dienzio still showing. He's got the upper hand, finding Isherboa in that solo kill. But that means both Dragon Laners are away from this fight, and Demon King still massively ahead on this Shyvana, gives the upper hand over to the Hot Tub streamers, pushing Imperius out of the jungle quadrant.
The fact that that hook does not land saves Kodo Matsukami from a death, and it lets professional Hot Tub streamers get access to a Rift Herald, get access to mid lane turret damage. Johto using the ultimate. I don't know if you're able to get much. It's a Karma and a Nautilus.
Johto is holding them on as best as he can. He is slicing and dicing them to as much extent. The Serpent's Fang has actually cut through a lot of the shields that a Strange Hero and Karma had. And even though Johto doesn't get a kill, he doesn't go down either. And now they're pushing in the advantage to the mid lane.
Look at this. Will they be able to grab this turret? They'll get some damage onto it, but not able to do much. And they use the Rift Herald pretty early on in the Baron lane. Spro going forward. Tony is over the wall. And they get the teleport out from him and GM. That'll just be a Rift Herald immediately used for an early turret. Gets Hitman his early back. And more gold in the back pocket of Demon King.
Oh, Dienzio.
Wow.
A little too much damage from the Ignite. Hitman able to trade 1 for 1. We still have a relatively even game. Hot Tub streamers recently having pulled ahead thanks to that Rift Herald play. Demon King trying to extend the lead even further, finding himself 1,500 gold ahead right now. 2 items. And Isherboa, good luck.
Everyone look away. All right, Chorus, Chorus is coming up. Like, Isherboa not having the best games tonight. Happens, you know. There are just some games we're playing Ashe, some games we're not playing at all. And, you know, it just happens. They are just, you know, overloading in a lot of cases. There was that one solo kill that we saw from Dienzio, maybe, you know, trying to outplay his hand. Wow. That minion needs a raise. We need to give that minion some extra gold.
Dienzio saw a dredge line just cut entire vision line of sight in front of him, thought that it was his getting grabbed, But, you know, thankfully the minion
Minion
got bigger
walked up.
cheeks.
Minion.
Yep.
Minion walked up and said, "For you, my liege. This one's for you."
We salute that minion. 07.
Exactly. 07 in the chat. Here we go, Rafa. Second Drake, Ocean Drake. We've got Dienzio picking up the Valkyrie package. You've also got the Infinity Edge for him. Dominus pop by Johto. They're going to look for it now.
Looking for the flank. Proto Belt in. Damaging onto the backline. Israel forced out of the fight, but you still got to worry about Demon King, who is putting up a hell of a performance right now. Just rampaging on through with all the bruisers at his side. Triple kill for Demon King. And now there's Jerboa. He wants payback against Johto for cutting him off in the fight last time. Going to play at a range advantage. Johto getting in close range. It's the condemn. Oh, it's not enough damage. Johto gets to survive, but it's still 5 members strong for professional hot tub streamers, and a Baron just spawned.
I want to give a huge shout out to Cosmic there. That Transcendent Embrace coming out from the Karma, absolutely game-changing for them as Imperius try to walk up into the choke point and they just get taken down. It doesn't matter what happens in the early game, Raw. For early game, mid game, now we're walking in here. They've got the Baron for them, professional hot tub streamers. It feels like they just have Imperius's number constantly.
Hot tub streamers finally pulling ahead. 6,000 gold now. This could be the momentum they need to start making their way to close out this game, but Imperius are not going to go down without a fight. Johto and Suki routing off Hitman, forcing the flash. He's got nowhere else left to run. He's just trying to buff up the minions and give them as much push and time as long as he can. No way he actually gets out alive, right? I mean, he's deep in enemy territory. There's no way. Oh, he takes the blast cone, silences, knocking up. The rest of the team is a run. Hitman! No way! The great escape by Hitman, and he's out of there!
He just straight up escaped. And maybe Dienzio hitting the blast cone may have saved him there, as it got him right out of the taunt range. He got barely tagged by the taunt from Kodo Matsukami. Honestly, it's just kind of sprinkles on the cupcake, right? Like, they got the mid inhibitor. It wouldn't have changed the outcome of the game, you have to think. And just look at these minion waves. Almost impossible for Imperius to deal with without taking massive damage. Here's the engage.
And Hitman is teleporting in. 5 members strong. Hot tub streamers continue the siege. Johto forced to retreat back into the base. Hero's entrance buys some space, but the rest of Imperius have to recall. They have to regen their HP, and at the cost of 2 inhibitors now falling, that's permanent base damage for the rest of the game. Hot tub streamers only have 1 more lane to worry about, but there's so many towers. The next fight they could take could be their very last.
Exactly, and that would lead to 2 up in the series. It's a best of 5 here in the lower bracket. Loser will just go home. They'll be last place, but they'll be able to pick up a little bit of money on the way out. And it's a rough way to go out, especially as the 3rd seed. It looks like here, I mean, they're just making a pick right now. Tony, use the Grand Challenge.
Hitman is no stranger from getting picked off here, but this time around, no great escape, but it's Jerboa now on the left side of the flank, picking targets 1 by 1. Tony trying to retreat back, but they cannot lock down his Jerboa, and he gets to just run amok freely. And now it's Suki that's caught on the other sidelines, but they're paying no attention to him. Strange Hero, just making sure that Suki cannot recall and rejoin the fight. Is Jerboa getting stunned up, able to kite away, and Demon King surges on forward, able to aid in his Jerboa. His Jerboa had the flash because Demon King was no longer taking the turret.
Respect.
Demon King's on a whole other mission. He dives the Nexus, taking out his jungle matchup in Tony. And finally, Suki, not having able to get out, Cosmic Soul comes back in. They find them. That's the ace for hot tub streamers, and that is the game.
Oh man, Demon King, he's getting the emote spam. He is not a king. He has gone godlike in this game. The Shyvana just tearing apart the team. And Rafa, Kangas, we've got professional hot tub streamers 2 up in this best of 5.
Silence is deafening
Woo.
from Kangas.
Yikes.
What
Oh man.
a series so far, guys. We could have a day of sweeps, honestly. I mean, so far, we have not had that close of series, and we are at the precipice of a 3-0 elimination for Imperius, as it was close until it wasn't, right? Again,
Yeah.
like, it feels like this series is the closest that we've had so far, which just makes it that much crazier that we are one game away from it being over in a 3-0 sweep.
It's nuts, honestly, and you know, we would think that this matchup would be a lot closer. This is the 4th seed going up against the 3rd seed, and we are getting the most mileage that we can out of these two. They are just putting in everything. You're gonna say, Kangas?
I was going to say, I do still think it's been very close, and there's actually one specific moment that we have a replay of where this game got out of control and where Hot Tub Streamers actually ran away with it. So let's actually take a look at that, because it was this dragon fight. Like, we're within 1,000 gold differential. I was looking at this thinking, 2-item Gwen, not ideal, but you got the package. This could be the moment that you pop off.
Look.
But, it's just like a blender. Like, Hitman just runs in there, Demon King just lands so much AoE damage and picks up the triple kill on the Rampage, and then they cleaned it up after. From this moment on, the game was over.
There's not enough damage, and there's also just not enough hard crowd control. It's just really the Galio and the small little minor Renekton stun that's going to come through. There's not enough damage being done at that point, and kind of an issue that we've seen Imperius kind of have all day today is, you know, it kind of feels like I don't think that they have that gung-ho, like someone who's going to call the shot and go for it, but that right there is kind of the problem with some of their composition there. Rafa?
The thing about running, as we talked, quasi-threats, in this case, quadra-threat composition from Imperius, if you are all bunched up like that into AoE CC and a front line that can hold the line, then you don't get much mileage out of it, because you're not hitting the most valuable target,
Spread
which
apart.
is, you have to take flanks. You have to approach the fight from different angles, which is what Jotu was able to do, preventing his Draboa from getting to the main part of the fight. But the rest of the group could not achieve the same things. And so taking isolated skirmishes, this is when, you know, that composition really comes into its fold. And I think that's why it was early on, it seemed like they were able to go blow for blow, because Fiora could force a 1v1 over here, Gwen could force a 1v1 over here, Renekton could get the 1v1 over here, but then all bunched up together, Cosmic Soul goes transcendent embrace, and everyone explodes.
So that means that we are now one game away from a potential sweep. And with that said, I know that this is something Alec and I used to do all the time back in the day, because we have a lot of teams here that are putting on shows. They're performing well. They don't have any dang logos. So while we get ready for this next game here, I've actually done one already, because this is an idea I had with Smacks. This is the Imperius logo. It's an eye that kind of looks like a castle, and the little imp. That's a little imp for Imperius, right? So now what we're gonna do while we wait for pick and ban of game number 2 is we're gonna live paint the Hot Tub Streamers one. So
okay,
I need the two of you to feed me ideas. What do we think? What do we think for Hot Tub?
You gotta get a bathtub, man. You gotta get like a classic porcelain cartoon bathtub. You know?
So we're thinking like with the big kind of loopy. Kind of like sides here, and then it's got the big base.
Can we
and then it goes.
Can we recreate the what is it called? The picture that is used for the movie Hot Tub Time Machine, the soundtrack for it. I'll post it in our chat.
Oh, I'm definitely not doing this within the bounds of what the stream can actually see. But so, so just kind of like the legs, right? And then how do we? I guess because like at the top we got to do like this.
I see.
But then we'll add a little bit of water. We'll add a little like just a stream of water. This is way too thin. What did I do? Why is it so thin right now? All right, here we go. There we go. Just a little bit of water at the top.
There you go.
But it's steaming, right? You know, because it's a hot tub. So
Yeah.
we'll add the people in it afterwards. There we go. That's the beginning. I am hearing draft is ready though, so we didn't have as much time as I was expecting. But that's all right. It's a work in progress. It's a work in progress, everybody. The first draft of the hot tub streamers right there, as we get into Big Fan and Dienzio, with a lot of passionate delivery here for the team.
He's like, game 1 he was happy. Game 2 he was like, I'm a little miffed, but it's okay guys, like we still got time. Game 3 he's like, guys, like, let's get it together. I did not just get on this roster for us to go 0-3 in playoffs. I've got a name, I've got a reputation to uphold, I've got a name to keep here, and I need to continue playing on. I need to make it on to tomorrow. So we gotta start the reverse sweep now.
Inzio pulling out the inner Valorant solo queue IGL mode right now, where things are rough and you're just like, all right, I'm taking over, guys. This is what we're gonna do. But like we said, when we talked about veterancy, when we talked about, you know, if there's someone that's gonna step up and has the experience to be confident in giving the team direction, it has to be DNC. And I think it makes the most sense that he's going to be the one taking charge for this third, you know, for Imperius' sake, hopefully not their last game. But for Hot Tub streamers who are on a roll, it could very much be their last one.
On a roll is the way to put that. We talked about how big momentum is a factor for this team and just in series in general, best of fives. It's now going to need to be a reverse sweep from Imperius. That's 3 in a row to reverse their fortunes. They banned away the Shyvana. They don't want to give Demon King that, but the Jace is left up. So the professional Hot Tub streamers, for the first time, will lock that in.
Yeah, and also they had side selection this time, and they chose red side. A couple of things have already changed. The Gragas slipped over to Imperius' side, but Olaf is still available. The Lucian is up as well. So a couple of things, like you were saying, the Jace making it through I think is really, really important. So I wonder if any of these champions will continue to make it through, especially if you're on the side of Imperius. You have to think that D'Enzio wants another carry. They probably want to try and prioritize their Dragon lane a little bit more, just because we know this guy can carry. We've seen him do it time and time again. They go for the Riven. I'm expecting for a Varus, if it looks really good, I think this could be the spot for it.
It would give them a lot of... If Varus is picked up alongside the Jace, that's what I'm looking at right now, because the double range, the double poke is something that we have seen even back in, Horizon Cup last year. That was a very popular combo. They're going with the Galio instead, though, so a little bit of peel. Where Imperius, with their 2 picks, they have a lot of lock down the single carry kind of target selection.
Hitman is chilling right now. This
Yeah,
guy's
he
actually
is enjoying
fighting.
this time.
They're laughing about something. They're like, dude, these guys.
Somebody
just let...
screenshot this.
Oh,
he's listening.
Okay, he knows. He knows.
Incredible.
He knows the tech. Okay. They did just get Olaf, so maybe they're laughing about the fact that Demon King just got Olaf unironically. Like, okay, well, gotta be feeling really good. They've got people who can follow up as well. Galio is obviously one of them, but Jace has just such a great way of being able to transition from range to melee. And for Imperius here, have to think long range. Okay, we're getting D'Enzio Ziggs.
I like it. Real quick, before we talk about the Ziggs, though, I want to say to our socials person who clips stuff and puts it on Twitter, please take a screenshot that happened about 30 seconds ago of D'Enzio with his hand over his mouth and Hitman with his hand over his mouth, and just say, guess who's winning the series so far? Because their facial expressions are very different, despite the posture being similar. All right, yes, Ziggs, Rafa, you got excited.
Yes, this is a classic pick from D'Enzio ever since the earliest days of North American Wild Rift at the beginning of year 0. Ziggs, big priority pick, used to be in the mid lane for a lot of mid laners back in the day, but then once it became evident that it was superior as a dragon laner, D'Enzio was one of the first people to really bring and own it to the biggest light. And throughout Rift Masters, we have seen Ziggs just punt out tons of damage, especially the later the game goes on, even overtaking the damage share charts. This is a champion that when the going gets tough and you know that these games are going long, this is a champion that will benefit the later the game goes.
Yep. Shen banned away, Renekton banned away, so Garen is the top laner locked in for Imperius to pair with the Ziggs, the Nautilus, the Riven. That's a lot of front line for that Ziggs to play behind.
That's exactly what you want to see, though. You want to give him front line. Now, I do want to see them pick something that's going to be a much more damage-oriented champion here for Imperius, just so that any of the damage that they can do, Ziggs can kind of make good on that trade. Now, for Hot Tub streamers, a lot of options here. They could end up going for something with a little bit more range. However, like we see, the Varus and the Ashe are gone. So Dragon Lane pinched a little bit. Lucian could be an option here. It's definitely something that could be a little bit more flexible. But instead, they want to try and continue on with their spree here. Looks like it's going to be a Jace for Cosmic Soul. And but what are they going to go for the Dragon Lane here? Everything's open, I think.
I don't mind the Jace into the Ziggs, but the counterpick option is tough because, like you're saying, Rafa, the Ziggs probably actually going in the bottom lane, heavily outranging the Vayne, who's locked in here too. So professional hot tub streamers definitely feeling themselves. Isherboa on his signature pick, but I don't know how much I like it in lane phase. Outside of lane, obviously, you're going to feel pretty good against the relatively low range of everybody else, other than that Nautilus depth charge coming your way.
There it is. And instantly, D'Anzio boots up his phone in his hand. He's like, game time. Serious up.
Johtu's got the Akali. We've seen what Johtu can do on this pick. And now it's going to be the final opportunity for Imperius to keep themselves alive here at RiftMasters 2022. It's an incredible feat making it into the top 4 regardless. There were a lot of teams between North America and Latin America that were competing in the open qualifiers and last chance qualifiers. But obviously you want to keep going. You want that opportunity to play on Sunday as well. Is this the draft to give them the start of that reverse sweep?
Rafa, real quick, what's your percentage chance here?
For a reverse sweep from Imperius?
Let's start with
Let's start with game 1.
Let's start with one game.
I was like, I mean, reverse sweep, that's, I was going to say like 20% chance, you know? Because I think it's all dependent on getting to game 4 and winning. Like game 3, if you win, you have this spunk of like, okay, guys, look, it's evident that we can win games. We know how to do it. But then hot tub streamers could be like, oh, we know we messed up just around this one play. They correct it, and then boom, they end in game 4 anyway. But if you're able to win 2 back-to-back games, and you're, as hot tub streamers, were unable of just closing out one more game, that game 5 becomes so anxiety-inducing, right? So I think for this game, Imperius has like, I want to say like a 42% chance. I think it's still more favored for hot tub streamers, but there's always a chance that when Imperius just go, all right, guys, it's now or bust, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I think that as long as you know, just press ult on Vayne. Just Nautilus ult the Vayne, try and take out Isherboa as quickly as you can. That's the name of the game for Imperius. And then after that, good luck, because then you also have to deal with the Gwen, the Olaf, and the Jace. So it's not over after that, but at least they can deal with the Vayne, right?
Rafa, you know what this feels like?
What's that?
Professional hot tub streamers, obviously I know you play Pokemon. Vayne is just substitution. That's it. Just throw the doll out there.
It's just the bait.
Yeah, the Vayne doesn't matter this game, guys. Like, Vayne sits there and, like, Vayne dies, it sucks, yeah, but, like, the Jace, the Olaf, the Gwen, they just run past this front line from Imperius, guys. Like,
unironically, that is, like, to a degree, if you ever stop focusing the Vayne and the Vayne starts quietly farming up and scaling up, then the Vayne becomes a problem, right? But if you just all in and you don't tactfully use the right amount of resources to take down the Vayne, then you have nothing to deal with the remaining threats of hot tub streamers, right?
It can get very scary after that. But like I said, Ziggs, known for being incredibly annoying in lane, can push out waves, can even poke you under turret, things like that. If they shut the Vayne down early, maybe they don't have to worry about the Vayne. And if they can, get themselves snowballing a little bit, I feel like that is best case scenario for Imperius. But I will say I think 42% is a fairly accurate assessment. I would say I'm around the same area right there, which means it would be technically an upset because professional hot tub streamers, they are coming in as the 4th seed. They won the last chance qualifiers. Yep. Playing the same number of, the open qualifiers as Imperius did. So that would be pretty big. Pretty big deal for them to, peak at the right time. That's what we oftentimes call it when we look at brackets like this, where there's, a month of competition. It's not who's better the week before the final tournament. It's who's better on the day of the final tournament.
Yeah, that's right. Sounds about right. Right now, professional hot tub streamers, a lot of them are playing, I think, at a pretty decent level. I think they're going to have to kick it up to make it not only just past today, but playing against whoever is tomorrow, because more than likely they're going to be going against second place Demons, and they do not have a good track record against them. Most recently playing them in the round of 8 in the quarterfinals of the third qualifier, and it was a close-ish series. It's a 3-game series, but still going over the favor of second place Demons. They're gonna have to kind of really put in a lot of work to clean up from today to tomorrow, but we still have a game to play, right? Like they still have to destroy the Nexus, and for them, they're playing with a lot of confidence. I think we talked about it before, but like, look at who is on this roster and tell me like who from the side of professional hot tub streamers is not like, yeah, let's run these guys. Like, I do not care. Like,
they have more members of the core, right? They got more from the old Suzaku lineup on their roster. So if you look at the math there,
the original starting roster, I still want to know where the Stover brothers are. But I mean, not a knock against Hitman and Strange Hero, because they're actually playing you know just as well.
I thought Strange Hero was Stove. He's playing on a different account, or maybe it's too young.
We were informed that a Strange Hero is not Stewie.
Okay.
So,
okay. I love it when players obviously have different names in game than what is listed on the tournament website as their nicknames.
Love, quote unquote, sarcasm heavily induced.
Oh yes. Thank you for clarifying in case anybody out there was watching. Please, if you are a player or the manager of the team inputting things, put the name that is actually in the game. It's very helpful. Very helpful. Or maybe put both. You know, put their nickname, like what we would know them as from the regular season, with like in parentheses what they are in game. Anything to help us out, right?
Just
but
about
with that
anything.
said, you can see the names one last time right here on your screen as we are getting into Game 3, match point for the professional hot tub streamers. A single win will get them into the games on Sunday. Imperius with their backs against the wall, so I'm going to pass it back over to Rafa and Alan.
Goodbye, Kangas.
That's us.
See you after the game. Here we go. This could be the very last game of the day, or it could be the beginning of something even more. And already, both of the Dragon Lane duos, they have just been added, trading blow for blow as early as level 1. Not afraid to get into each other's face.
This is 2 games in a row of that, right? Where Kodo Matsukami walks up and you just see the Dragon Laners just immediately take him to task. They're doing it in every lane now, Ralpha. It does not matter. We are not alone.
We fighting. We scrapping.
Okay. Ignite here. Going down from Kodo Matsukami means that early damage onto a Strange Hero. Also means that I don't think he's actually going to be able to pick up the Honey Fruit, so just goes for a recall instead. I like this trading from mid lane. We've been seeing it more and more often, but obviously with Jace being permabanned, it's just such a strong champion in the mid lane. Just provides a lot of flexibility with how you're able to play him.
Cosmic Soul does have to be careful, though, if Tony wants to look for the roam. Thankfully, good ward early on from, I want to say, either Demon King or even Cosmic Soul, preventing Tony from getting the jump on him, which means that Demon King is able to power clear his way to farm. However, an invade from Tony is going to spot out that Demon King. It's below 50% HP. Johto and Tony are going to contest for these Raptors, stopping them in his tracks.
Look at the
But
pings.
Strange Hero, Isabella now has to be careful for a while, but is Strange Hero getting the collapse down? I believe Tony was still able to yoink away most of the camp away, but this prevents any further invades for now on the Demon King.
Oh, what are you doing? No! Israboa, no!
Oh, but he flashed away from the trench line. One more bottom, the Airy. It's not enough.
No! Israboa. Oh my god, wait! He gets it!
It's ticking! First blood for a Strange Hero!
He gets the first blood. Oh my god. I was going to say that invade is such a good look because of the changes. Olaf did receive a little bit of a nerf to his jungle stats, so that, you know, you do obviously want to get pretty low on him, but trying to force that fight, you know, saying, hey, look, you're around 20% HP, we're just going to invade you. We're just going to look for it and try to force you off. They do end up taking his Raptor camp, like you were saying, but right there, we just said, Isabella, you gotta play safe. You're playing against Ziggs. Ziggs especially, he's just one of those champions pre-5 where you can just throw the bomb. We get to see this again. Israboa, you can't step there. You don't know where Nautilus is.
Honestly,
lives.
it's incredible that he gets out alive. And being able, if there's one thing that he flashes, he's able to flash the dredge line and get out alive. That is such a slim margin play. But Johto, speaking of slim margins, Johto finally getting the Akali, and this could be the game to make or break that reverse sweep run.
Shout out to Johto finding a solo kill this time. Last game it was the help of his turret. This time around, able to find that onto Cosmic Soul without any of the summoner spells from him. So using both of them to grab that kill, got to be feeling pretty nice. And that is one way, right? Like if we want to talk about ways that Imperius can win this, you let Johto get his main champion that he has made a name for himself on, and you get him to have a lead where he can just blow up any member of this team.
It's going to be huge in terms of momentum for Imperius if Johto can manifest these plays, perfect execution on a majority of relatively squishy, if not, you know, just bruisers from the side of professional hot tub streamers. There's no true tanks. And now the death charge, no flash available. Great setup from Imperius. Here comes Tony as well to layer down the damage onto a strange hero. No flashes available from either the Dragon Lane duos of hot tub streamers, and Imperius once again are finding a decent lead in the early game.
Good punish coming out from them. Johto even getting a little dicey there as he tries to go for that kill. Really good trades onto Cosmic Soul. Without a flash, that's just a great punish coming out from Imperius. They know, look, we have so much damage between the two of us. We're both level 5. Let's just go for this kill. And Mr. Boa now has both the flash and the ghost. Gotta be careful walking up to a Kali like this. Mr. Boa, he does have the perfect execution. My brother in Christ, please, I'm begging you.
I think you and Israboa have like this brotherly bond because the way you so often are concerned for him. It's almost like he's
my boy. I don't know why. It's weird too because I just, me and him just get along. You know, we did a little bit of stuff during like WNS or whatever, but like we were just. He's just a cool dude. I don't know what else to say. And we were having fun.
It's endearing.
Yeah. Also, he just has one of like the great moments in terms of like trash talk with the board. It's fantastic.
Well, now he's got to step up to the plate, forced onto him in the river. Hero's entrance from his strange hero. The smite, it's Tony that secures it away from Demon King. And Israboa is burning down to the ignite. Flash from Suki takes out his former teammate from Suzaku. Demon King now firing back onto Kono Matsukami. He's able to trade one on back onto Dienzio. Dienzio still has mana, but he's getting burned down by the undertows of the axes. Auto attack, the bomb misses the exhaust. But here comes Suki, saving Dienzio and adding another member to the list. Demon King goes down.
There it is.
Cosmic Soul. Not even the accelerated shock blast will find Johto.
Oh man. Okay, so they drop the Rift Shell. They are able to grab that top tier 1. And it's a really close fight. Like, there's a couple of misplays coming out from Demon King. He throws the undertow a little too early. He throws the undertow a little too short. And it doesn't end up hitting Dienzio, which may have, you know, potentially gone for that kill. But a few too many mistakes coming out from professional hot tub streamers. They split up the fight as well. So not going for one member means that multiple go down on their side. Imperius are able to take that objective and even look for this dragon here as they have such a massive lead, in my opinion. Just, you see that Ziggs is so far ahead as well. Really looking at Cosmic Soul. Because Hitman's just getting soloed at the same time. I mean, he has Hull Break. What is he supposed to do?
Suki is actually completely destroying this matchup right now, picking up 2 massive kills. Now super far ahead. Cosmic Soul somehow doesn't go down. The damage not enough. But just as I say that, Israboa is routed off here, and Imperius are starting to skyrocket forward once again. This is a massive lead at 7 minutes with 4,000 gold.
A really big one, and one that you look at, you know, where professional hot tub streamers, I just don't know if they have the ability to outplay like we've seen in some of the other games here. So instead, Demon King with no flash, with nothing over the wall, they're just going to give up the dragon. A lot of the early game has gone over to Imperius, and not all of it, you know, because of, you know, forced errors. Some of it was just a few misplays coming out from some of the members.
It's not impossible for hot tub streamers to come back in this game. We have definitely seen them be able to claw back after Imperius had the lead but I think this is the largest lead we have seen between either teams this early on into the game. So there would have to be a string of successful plays from Hot Tub Streamers. They get a turret down on the bottom side of the map. Hitman potentially getting caught out here, but Isdraboa ready to fire on back. Got to be careful about where he places himself against terrain. Tony launching right on back, flashing forward, and that's the execution from the wind slash.
I was hoping he was going to survive. That is not the case. Isdraboa, Satch, 0-4 right now. I mean, it's a good pick from Imperius. It's gold in their pocket, and it's another like 200 to 300 gold for Tony. Like, I will take that if I'm the Riven and the Garen. Like, they're just gonna get tankier. They're gonna do more damage, especially this Garen, right? Like, he's gonna be able to pick up a Sterix Cage. It's gonna get a lot worse before it gets better for Hot Tub Streamers.
Now Imperius have to keep in the back of their minds. They might be imagining, guys, this is finally the lead that we've been talking about for so long. Like, we can win this game. We can come back in this series. But now it comes down to the composure, the execution of being able to close out a lead like this. Because when you look at the scaling advantage that professional Hot Tub Streamers has, there's always a possibility the later the game goes on. And I think you have to look at Dienzio right now on this Ziggs, who has a lot of the ability to ensure that Hot Tub Streamers don't come back in this game.
Oh, look at this. They're going to go for this fight again. Isdraboa zoned out. Stasis buys time, however, but look at where Tsuki is.
Oh, Tony steps forward, interrupting a Strange Hero's Justice Punch out of there. Isdraboa on the run, has Ghost available. It might be too late to pop it now. Undertow, nicely done by Demon King. Gives him the slows. Got to still play at a range distance. Flash, Judgment. Isdraboa tried as long as he could, but that forces the hand of Imperius too far forward. And these are some of the cleanup kills, because now the gold lead has been stemmed back down to 3,000. Huge shutdowns coming in for Hot Tub Streamers, and Hitman is still running. He's still playing with the scissors. He's still snipping Kodo Matsukami. Dienzio doesn't have much mana to really stop him in his tracks. Shock Blast, but it's the stasis that cancels out the last bit of damage, and now does Johto come in for the cleanup. He has perfect execution available, but he gets out. A Strange Hero steps up, buys space, and during all that time, Dimitri, a Rift Herald was secured by Demon King.
Isdraboa, you substitute. He's going down.
Unironically true.
Isdraboa is just being sent to the meat grinder, and he's like, okay, guys, well, I have good news. They used everything on me, and Imperius, like, Demon King looks at him and says, thank you, King. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. You hold that door, brother. You got that. I believe in you. You're going to be able to pick up kills. It's a good play. It comes off the back of, I think, Imperius rightfully punishing Isdraboa's positioning. You cannot be there if you are Vayne. He is making a lot of aggressive errors, I think, and Imperius are doing the correct part of the play, which is punish, kill the Vayne, and make sure that they recognize that you cannot be there. Unfortunately, Imperius are also playing with imperfect information, and so they don't know that, oh god, there's an Olaf right next to us. So, good collapse coming out from Hot Tub Streamers to kind of make up for the play from Isdraboa, but they really gotta kind of like put him on a leash and say, brother, I need you to stop.
Now, here's my hot take.
Okay.
What if it's intentional? What if they are unironically using Isdraboa as the substitute?
Okay,
well... It's like, hey guys, look, juicy Vayne! You want to kill the Vayne, right? And then they burn Flash, they overextend, and then shut down gold. You don't care who it goes on to, as long as you get shut down gold into the team. You still have a pretty much quadra threat composition from Hot Tub Streamers this time around, and as long as they don't all bunch up into the AoE damage of perfect execution and Ziggs full combo, then Hot Tub Streamers have a way to get back into this game, and it's Imperius still playing with a lead that has to be careful of the rebound.
And look at what's happening right now. Like, they're using the Rift Herald here in mid lane. The Ziggs ult is being used as zone.
On engage. Suki zoning away Isdraboa, but he's keeping him at arm's length. The slows keep Suki in place. That Isdraboa picks up his first kill of the game, and now perfect execution already being used by Johto. Dienzio got caught up in the crossfire. Somehow, some way, Hot Tub Streamers, it doesn't matter how far they're behind, because they will always get back into the lead.
Rafa, this can't happen a third time, can it? This is not legal. How are they getting away with this? I don't get it. I don't understand. We're getting a replay so I can. Okay, this is wonderful. Thank you for this, observers. I just want to see what exactly happens here, because there's so much going on. No one's able to get onto Isdraboa. And I'm wondering, Galio is buying so much space. This last second taunt to hold the backline members is just so incredible. And it just means that people like Demon King and Cosmic can do their job, put down damage. My God, Rafa, it feels like they're getting away with like highway robbery at this point. How do they do it?
Unfortunately, Dimitri, I cannot come up with an answer on that, but for Hot Tub streamers, they are relishing in the fact that they are keeping themselves in this game so far, and Imperius are starting to run out of answers because their front line is continuously getting overloaded, whereas their backline cannot manage to deal with and burn through the stallers in a Strange Hero, in Hitman. One of the things about this Gwen that, you know, we talk a lot and groan about in PC that I don't think gets touched upon in Wild Rift is that she has a mist that makes it so that range dealers cannot do anything against her if they're not inside the mist.
Well, that's also just a thing in PC. You can't hit her.
Well, I'm saying it like we grown about it PC, but we haven't really touched upon it in Wild Rift because Gwen is so new to the game.
Yeah, she's also just getting one-tapped in a lot of... that last fight, she got one-tapped. She was like, oh, well, I'm dead. She's also going she's going for a much more AP-centric build, so yeah, she will do a ton of damage. She won't necessarily survive a lot of it. It's really, you're kind of relying on the Riftmaker for that at that point, right? But you see here from Imperius, a Strange Hero is just playing like a god. Like, okay, well, gods can bleed.
The judgment has come through, has decided you have played too far forward, but Demon King flashing forward, just putting himself right into the heart of the backline. Is Jerboa, can he clean up? No, but he's taken out, and this might have been a fight taken too far by Hot Tub Streamers, where Jotu comes in and cleans up. Hitman, the only one left standing, but Imperius, they've got 4 members.
Baron.
They're gonna turn toward the Baron.
There it is. There's no objective up, so might as well just go for it. I love that play coming out from Imperius. Punish them for what is a legal positioning from them. They cannot be that far up. As we get the replay from this, right here, they are too far. You are way too far in their base. Maybe if you're able to get 1 kill, it is worth it. But at this point, cut your losses, get out of this fight, because Akali is on the way. Hitman is not able to do damage during any of this until right here. And even then, you see right now, like, he's using his needlework. It's doing a lot, but they're not able to finish off any kills, so it's Baron going over to the side of Imperius, and them having to feel like, hey, we're back in control of this game. Dienzio is just picking up item after item, and you really got to fight as a 5-man core if you're the Hot Tub Streamers. You are a death ball, and you are to run together at Imperius.
Split up and the composition falls apart from the side of Hot Tub Streamers, filing in one by one, especially when you're all grouped up in a choke point like that. That plays into Imperius's hands, as we talked about before, when you're not threatening Dienzio, when you're not pressuring him and he just gets to lay down that full combo into that point, just getting so much value off of fewer spell rotations. Is now a 2v1 potentially.
Oh my God.
Jotu just annihilating Cosmic Soul, and I don't think Demon King has the movement speed to be able to keep up with Jotu. He should have Shuriken backflip one more.
He can kill him.
Oh, he just might look for it. Ooh.
Okay, Imperius this entire time attacking the mid lane. They kill Cosmic Soul and a Strange Hero at this point. With the Baron, I think they might just go for the end. They're going to cancel the recall.
Izerbo's going to try his best, but Hitman was trying to take the 1v1 against Suki. Izerbo is going for it. Stasis right under the tower, but they can just turn and auto the Nexus, I believe. That's going to be it. 1,000 HP. Okay! We have a series on our hands.
We're going to game 4. No sweeps.
Let's go! No one's getting swept. Or I guess 2 people got swept. Not everyone's getting swept today. That's the moral of the story, all right? Not in a best of 5, at least. If this is still best of 3, it would have. But what a comeback for Imperius. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna say it. It was because of the logo. You're welcome. You're welcome, Imperius. I knew it would give you the energy that you needed. Fully intentional.
They did it for the logo, Kangas. Did it for the
almost gave it away.
You see that 12 minutes? You see that 12 minutes right there?
Ignore that little dip. You know, they're just having some fun with it. I think it shows how scary a team professional Hot Tub Streamers are that they almost came back there. But at the end of the day, Dienzio, he did the damage needed from the Ziggs. And everybody, again, also, I think the Nautilus locked out a huge factor in that as well. But I feel like what we set up going into the game and some of the situations where it did kind of play out in that way, and the bot lane was so heavily focused that Imperius were able to kind of snowball through there.
Mhm.
D'Anzio's got to feel like so vindicated right now. He's like, job's not done, but finally, like the illegal maneuvers of Isherboa are punished in rightful fashion. Like it is crazy to me, and this is going to be really a little bit bad, but like it is crazy to me that like D'Anzio plays at the level he does this whole series, and he's down 2 games in a row. He's played this game. He's played both of the games before this at a pretty high level. This game, I think, pretty excellently again on the Ziggs, and he has lost 2 things that are outside of his control. And obviously, this is a team game still, but it has got to feel like, okay, finally we can get a win. There's a strategy here. We can work with this. This is playable. This is the first game they've won all day, by the way. So
true. They almost went winless on the entire day. I hadn't even thought about that one. But now, like Rafa said, we could actually have a series, everybody. It is still match point for the professional hot tub streamers. One more win and they're in it. But Imperius, this is that momentum, stalling momentum from the hot tub streamers and then getting their own started. So I will say, because this is a fair broadcast and we don't want to, give one team a buff and then deny it from the other, I was taking some time.
Oh no.
And this is the updated professional hot tub streamers logo. Okay, it's getting there. It's getting, so there's a Vayne, Gwen, and Olaf, and I spaced them a little wrong. I don't know who's gonna go in that 4th spot, but we might not get a 5th, or maybe they're gonna do like a cannonball or something. But what do we think? Who should be the 4th champion included in the professional hot tub streamer kind of roster here?
I mean, I think you got to go with Estranged Heroes, either
Rakan
or Nautilus, whatever is easier to draw for you.
Rakan or Nautilus?
Mark,
okay,
Mark, I'm gonna be honest. You say easy to draw. Why do I have Vayne as a chili pepper, man?
Yeah, you know what? I think if I showed you this image with the context of Wild Rift, you would guess who that is, right?
Unfortunately, yes, but not without great pain to my soul. Also, I agree with our producer. Tasty Bacon is saying they're streamers. We gotta put a camera in here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we should. All right, we'll get like some studio lights and stuff behind them. Okay, I will say, Nautilus? All right, well, I can think about that on my own, because apparently we're ready for draft, so we can actually get out of here and get into the actual content.
You could have like the 4th person holding up like a vlogging camera, like, hey, we're
maybe
taking
they're
a
outside
selfie.
of the hot tub.
Yeah.
Then I have to draw their body though, and I don't know if I have that artistic capability, but we'll see. Hitman still laughing though. I'm happy to see that. It seems like he's unfazed by how that last game went. But D'Anzio, notably, a little chipper.
He's got a light on, We're making progress.
True, yeah. Gives a whole new vibe. And also now we can see how messy the room is. I didn't even notice that earlier. D'Anzio, come on. You knew you were going to be on camera today.
Oh my god. Well, okay, wait. You're going to say that to him, but not Meals, who had... Let's be honest now. We can't say that D'Anzio's background is messier than Meals. Oh, sorry, brother.
I'm not going to say it's messier, but I'm going to say there's a significant lack of plushies to compensate for the messiness.
Okay.
That's the argument that I'm making.
All right, well, some changes in draft. Karma getting the table. And Jace goes right back onto the bans. Lucian joins him as well. So, again, Akali's making it through. Barris as well. Kind of coming back to, what had been the series norm for for both of these teams. And it means that the Olaf and the Shyvana are still available if that's what, Demon Kings ends up going for.
Yeah, I mean, both of them are, like, preferred picks. It's probably the Olaf now that I see the Nautilus locked in, though, because you can just avoid all that CC. But I feel like the Shyvana has been looking better, so... I actually don't know which one they'll lean towards, but important to note, Nautilus, this is now blue 1. It had been red 1 all the previous 3 games. And now, finally, I think Imperius is realizing whoever gets Nautilus is actually pretty buffed right now, so let's just get it ourselves.
Gonna be pretty tough here. I'm looking at Imperius. They've gotten themselves the Nautilus first pick. You know how far into a series we have to get where someone's like, I have got to pick the Nautilus right now. We have got to go for it. It's a bit
comfort,
interesting,
right?
Yeah.
Identify what is the most impactful thing in the series so far. It denies it from the enemy, who professional hot tub streamers have been enjoying this pick as of today, and it also makes sure that you get it. But like I had said before, when you see the Nautilus locked in, you can draft things around it. I love Galio into it. Fiora is also great into it because you can repost the dredge line or the knock-up from the depth charge. So both of these are kind of Nautilus counters.
Should be interesting as well. When we're talking about like the Dragon Lane pool right now, is I've been heavily prioritizing Varus. I think right here, if you're gonna go for it, you're gonna want to lock it in pretty early before the bans start hitting. Otherwise, you have to think from professional hot tub streamers and the two of them, probably gonna be looking at a Ziggs and a Varus ban this time around on the second rotation. So things to be considering when you're looking at this, especially you have an idea as to where Galio is gonna go. There's not been much mid lane Galio we've seen in the tournament, so. Things to keep in mind.
I feel like the Galio hasn't been paired with the combos. It's been drafted to be more of a peel champion, but I don't feel like a lot of the players fully utilize the peel tools that Galio gives, and they try to use it more offensively. If you're gonna do that, go for something like the J4. Go for something like the Camille that can combo incredibly well with this champion. Because then you can actually try and threaten the Ziggs fully this time, where Imperius do lock that in again. And okay, we're talking about the Nautilus counters. This is another one. So we got 3 counters to the Nautilus. Now, can they deal with the Ziggs this time?
Okay, Morgana definitely something that they can even just play in the Dragon Lane if they really want to. You can have Morgana and Galio. Make sure that they can never get pushed, and you have something that Istroboic hopefully can play safe on. Has pretty decent wave clear, and if they want, they can even put it in mid lane, especially if you're playing with Cosmic Soul, something I think is pretty easy to get away with.
Now, if I'm looking at Imperius, I'm wondering what your next priorities are. You have some dive, you have really strong engage, and you have follow-up ranged damage. So you already have a pretty balanced composition, even with AD, AP, tank, frontline, backline kind of things. Which do you over-index into now? Do you want to go for more dive? Probably not into a Morgana Galio. Do you want to go for more range? That's where I would probably look to draft now. Things like the Jace. Oh, no, that actually was banned out now that I look back at it. Varus is on the table, though.
Would you then? Well, I mean, where would the Varus go for Imperius? Would you send Ziggs?
I think it'd be Ziggs
mid-lane?
mid with the Varus in the bot lane.
I guess you would want to wait to see if this is guaranteed a Morgana mid lane then, because then that's like a handshake lane. But more than likely, I imagine this Morgana goes Dragon Lane, and you're not going to know until the very last pick for hot tub streamers, and that is aggression right there.
Wow,
Look at the defensive tools here, Alec. Like, every one of these champions is just a nightmare to dive into, right?
Feels pretty bad, but I think that this is honestly way more in Demon King's wheelhouse than what we've seen at all, right? Like, Olaf, I was expecting coming into this series, because we saw it in their games before, in some of the other qualifiers. Where has Camille really been? Kind of fallen off a little bit.
Yeah.
Olaf obviously got a hit, and we're getting Zed coming out from Joe 2. Now we're going to have to see, where is this Morgana going? Is this really going to be Morgana and Galio sitting in the Dragon Lane, or is this going to be Morgana mid lane?
I kind of love the Zed. I kind of hate the Zed. I'm not sure where I land on it right now, because you can, like, Black Shield doesn't really matter. You can get through that. Oh, right, never mind. We got Assassin the Assassin. Now I'm even more
the Cosmic
confused.
Fizz! Oh my.
All right, that's going in the hot tub. Win or lose, that's going in the hot tub.
True! It's the Cosmic Soul Fizz! Okay, and that fits well thematically.
I know. I think I've decided. I think one side of the hot tub is going to be like Nautilus's profile. So they're in like a Nautilus hot tub. Although they're not even the ones with Nautilus right now, so I don't know if that'll work too well, but that's where we're leaning currently.
I just have to say, if there is a game that could be a make or break for momentum in Imperius closing in on Game 5, Joe2Z is like the way to go. But then for hot tub streamers, if you wanted to bust out something, if not for Game 5, but to just stop it right here, the Cosmic Soul Fizz. I know there's so many memes about players DMing us saying, you need to tell Cosmic Soul, you know, for fun, hey, if you're not playing Fizz, you're not winning a game, right? But like Cosmic Soul is here, has proven that he's been able to display variety of his champion pool, his play style, but this is the champion that he became known for in the first place to everyone else in the community. So if there's a way for him to step up now, it's on the Fizz.
Match point. One more win. If they get it on the Fizz, it even feels better, right? It's like, all right, we gave them their one. We gave them one win of the day, but now it's time to play serious. And also, I'll say, another champ that kind of counters the Nautilus. Like, all 5 of these basically are daring you to engage into them. The Xin Zhao can disengage incredibly easily. Galio can just taunt you and then suck you into the black hole that is the CC, you know, chain of the Morgana plus the Xin Zhao Fizz. Fizz can jump away from you. Fior's got the riposte. Like, it is difficult for Nautilus to actually find a champion to lock down and engage in this comp.
I'm gonna be real. I do not care about Nautilus, guys.
Yeah.
I like Nautilus is cool. Nautilus is not the reason why Imperius win this game. If they do, I love Nautilus with all my heart. I have won many games with this champion on my team. However, it is all eyes for me. We've got the Shen. We've got a pretty relentless front line. Imperius, all they have to do is you just need to survive the first punch. Zhonya's is going to be the most broken boot enchant this game for Imperius. Being able to stall out time so that Ziggs can deal damage, so that the Shen ults can come through, so that all of the abilities of hot tub streamers just go on cooldown, because once they use their abilities, they have a relatively like a medium to long-ish cooldown, minus maybe like a Fiora, and after that, they don't actually have much threat onto this backline, and you can just say, hey, we're going right back in. We've got the Shen and the Riven to go for a re-engage, and Nautilus, he can keep using his abilities on all 5 members. I really like this for Imperius, and I like their odds here in this game.
So increasing the odds then? Last time we said 42%. What are you thinking, Alk?
It might be a 51er. It might be a 51%,
Ooh,
boys.
Just
he's
barely.
giving the tip over to Imperius to win the game. Not a big tip, but a tip nonetheless.
Here's a tip and a spear behind it. We even got this out in the game.
The hot tub streamers, you know, maybe overflowing a little bit. Nah, I was trying to go with like
Cup
a like
runneth
just
over?
like a
You
tip.
can't you do like a cup runneth over joke?
There was something there, but I think I botched the delivery a little bit. But it's all right. They are still at match point. It is still important to recognize that they could close this one out. And I know that you were saying 51%. I still think I'm leaning more towards the hot tub streamer side of the composition if they could play passive enough and defensive enough. Or maybe not passive, that's not the right word. Patient, that's the word I'm looking for. If they play patient enough and just allow everybody from you know, Imperius to engage onto them rather than overloading themselves, because they definitely have more of that kite back style from what I'm reading and what the composition's trying to do.
All I'm gonna say, guys, is some of the biggest bettors quit right before they made it big. So if you want to get on board, Twitch chat, this is you and me moment here. If you want to get on board, buy now, buy low. You can sell high when they win the series, guys. That may not happen, but Imperius, very high chance they win this game in my opinion. Buy right now.
Very high, 51%.
51 by the way.
Very high percent chance.
Very high.
Higher than 49. Higher than 49. Higher than 49. Noobs. Stupid casters trying to do
I'll
math
have
on
to check
stream.
that math. I don't know about that one. Huh.
Casters have to ask
I
if
feel like
51 is higher than 49. Get out of here, Pegas. Come on, do the transition.
All right, if you insist, Alec, I'll pass it back over for game 4. Maybe the last one, unless Imperius can keep the momentum rolling. So, Rafa, Alec, take it away.
Gladly, Kangas.
Rough,
Imperius, what's up?
Quick question.
Yeah?
Is 51 bigger than 49?
Yeah.
All right, continue on with your intro then.
Alright. for Hot Tub Streamers. I had to do a quick double take. I saw Fiora in the mid lane slot, and I was like, hold up, that's not right. And
That's not right.
Yeah, but just a little slip up of the players getting in the right order for draft, but it's all good. Cosmic Soul on the Fizz. We're gonna see whether this pick goes high. Oh, ooh.
What was that hook?
It's okay. Johto already fighting it to the death with Cosmic Soul. Cosmic Soul forced the ignite. Johto keeping it cool, not burning any of his summoner spells. Though.
That minion was an inside job. What? How did it just block the hook there? Like you were saying, summoner spell advantage goes over to Johto, and his mid lane and his jungler is nearby as well. So, if there is a play, Riven can very easily jump over that wall and look for something. End up seeing out on the ward. The honey fruit is taken, so but these mid laners getting a little spicy with how they want to play this matchup. With no E, I like this from Cosmic, just wanting to just go straight in.
Oh, I thought Johto was gonna willingly take it. Still had the flash and ignite advantage to play with. Not quite in range to line up double shurikens before going in the execute. Tony hovering on this bottom side of the map. Maybe we'll look for Isdraboa, but it's hard to catch out a Morgana once they have all abilities up.
Yeah. Oh, here we go, Mark. It's the 145 timer. We're playing with Sentinels.
Hot Tub Streamers doing it for Kansui, but it's Koto Matsukami here to block the dive for now. Just using all of the spells right onto Hitman, chunking him out so that he does not have as much resources to play with in the aftermath.
And they just didn't go for it. They didn't immediately pull the trigger there. Trying to find Johto here. Cosmic pretty low. Ignites out.
Johto still has flash, immediately flashing away. Ignite was sticking down to Cosmic. Neither mid laner goes down.
And amazingly enough, I mean, they're still fighting up here. Hitman's just dead.
Oh,
Flash's
the flash
barrier.
away. Oh, Thresh line interrupt by Coast Ranger, but it's not enough. Koto Matsukami nets first blood for Imperius in game 4.
Yeah, they didn't go for that, and all the while, I mean, here, even in the Dragon Lane, wow, ends up living. Demon King, can
Demon
you
King
find
has
it?
He can look for it. He's gonna wait for...
Oh!
There it is! Oh, but it's still not enough damage! Just needs one more attack!
No!
Oh, no! Oh, I can feel it. I can feel it coming. Imperius!
Mark. 51, boys. Everybody in the chat, all the Imperius fans, get loud. Put the bat chests in the Twitch chat. Everyone didn't believe. Cosmic Soul flashes out. It doesn't matter. We're taking this win, boys. 2,000 gold up at 3 minutes. We take those.
Hot Tub Streamers now starting to lose grasp on the game already. A couple of moments where seemingly a kill was in reach and they just wanted it so badly. The limits being pushed, but oh, Imperius are starting to steal the game away. They're starting to slowly come back now in this series. The gold lead is not massive at this point, but already those are two moments in the game where you just think, oh my god, I just needed one more auto attack, and those can sometimes be the most emotionally devastating.
Especially the fact that, you know, they invested a lot into the Baron lane. They didn't get much in the meantime. All the while, Tony is in the bottom quadrant of the map, taking all of Demon King's camps. He took his blue buff, got his Gromp, walked out of there. He had all the time in the world, and they get away with that play, as well as getting an assist in their back pocket. Plus, on the flip side of that too, Denzio got 2 kills out of that. So he is more than chilling in this game, and can always go for those damage. So look for how Imperius are going to be playing around these objectives. As you see, the mid laners right now are fighting, and it is a one-sided battle for Johto.
Yeah, I don't know if the Chum the Waters missed or Johto dodged out on it, but there is a clear, distinct damage gap in between the two mid laners. Johto seemingly not being touched at all. Cosmic Soul not getting the upper hand in the 1v1. I think I hear Alk taking another inhale of the copium for the Imperius win
It's
angle.
the hopium. It's not cope anymore if we're winning. It's hopium that we're going to continue to do well. Now, I want to see which objectives are going to play for, because they have the Ziggs. Obviously, with Ziggs and a Rift Herald, that's just a free turret in a lot of cases. You see them already going for that lean. So Wonder who exactly they'll be able to put that gold onto as they start this. Dragon going over to professional hot tub streamers. Ziggs is nowhere nearby, and I love this because he can just throw bombs over the wall with very little in the way of a threat.
Low commitment, just poke with bombs. Cosmic Soul keeping Johto or Suki under the tower here. First Dragon was secured by hot tub streamers. Are going to go for the scaling angle once again. Imperius, having taken the Rift Herald, are going to continue snowballing this gold advantage through the top side.
There's the grand challenge. It's been issued and no one to answer for it. Rift Herald being spawned. Now we see Isser Boas here, but I mean, this is literally just Ziggs walks up, presses the second ability. Bye-bye. So first turret going over to them. Gold in their pocket. They'll be able to reset. And gotta be feeling good right now if you're professional hot tubs, or if you're Imperius, sorry, because you're continuing to take turrets away. You're creating a really long lane for Fiora, so something to watch out for if she ever does want to go for a chase. But going up against Zed, I think it's pretty difficult for her to find that kill.
For the sake of hot tub streamers, they are hitting spikes just slightly slower than the side of Imperius. So if there is a fight, for the most part, it's on even ground. But the way that Imperius have already taken command, a majority of the top side of the map leaves less ground for hot tub streamers to retreat to whenever things get too heated.
I mean, significant gold leads right now are coming from the mid-jungle from Imperius. If you look on professional hot tub streamers, top lane is relatively even. They are sitting at neck and neck. Even in the dragon lane, like, I mean, it's about 800 gold, but it's Morgana, so she's going to feel pretty okay with where she's at. And a strong hero, pretty far up here. Black
Taunt.
Shield comes out.
Force the flash over.
Okay, Mega Inferno Bomb is used. Not much doing here, Alpha. It's a pretty silent game, all things considered. And I can't imagine that this matchup is much better for Fizz versus something like a Fiora. They're going to re-engage here.
Oh,
No
almost
way.
on the DNZO, but it's the Sand United Shield coming in from Suki, so he'll be able to get out alive. Now Suki punishing on the Hitman for the over-aggression, but he's dancing right on out. Double Zonia's right on to Kota Matsukami. He's forced to flash out, but DNZO gets speared by Demon King. A quick flash, landing the wind becomes lightning, and just like that, we thought Imperius, they had the advantage in that fight, but hot tub streamers once again just brute forcing their way into it.
They found two, and they haven't been playing with Johto. Johto is, again, one of the reasons that they were ahead in gold, and he just wasn't there for the fight. So fighting on what was basically an even in terms of gold there for them. And they get the mid turret as well, which is a really big boon for hot tub streamers, as Ziggs loves having the protection, especially being able to sit up so far in the lane. It would have provided a little bit of easier access to hitting this mid tier 1. Professional hot tub streamers, like you're saying, going to bring themselves back within parity. I wonder if they're going to go for this play. 3 people are down here. Tony is on the flank. Dochu should be able to get out. Not much doing on this fight.
Just
They
waiting in
see
the
each other.
shadows.
They see each other from the wireframe.
They know. Sweeper. Oh. No dice.
I just love when they're like, guys, we could go for this, and then, oh, I'm playing Fizz. Never mind. I don't actually have to commit to this fight. That's cool. Mark, we got another Rift Herald spawning in the next 35 seconds. Dragon's going to be following suit in the next minute. Yet again, another trade, I think, for professional hot tub streamers that, you know, both parties can be, I think, satisfactory with it, right? Imperius, if they get another Rift Herald, they can grab a turret with the Ziggs. Gotta be feeling nice. It's gold, obviously, but professional hot tub streamers, an Infernal Drake is definitely not a bad thing to have if you're, you know, within a reasonable gold differential between the two teams and getting an extra damage bump. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm honestly curious to see if Imperius are even going to let hot tub streamers just get the dragon for free. I think they want to contest him here because there's a moment at the game where if hot tub streamers get Infernal Dragon, then the scaling advantage is always going to be on their side the later the game goes on. And now hot tub streamers, they're even feeling confident that, hey, we don't have... Dragon's not up still for a while, so we're not just going to let you take this objective for free. They're going to look to take it for themselves.
Okay, they'll get a dragon, or they'll get a turret in the dragon lane. Demon King's going to go forward.
Already onto the back line. Crescent Guard blocks damage from Dienzio since he's not into the circle.
Oh,
Flashes
Hitman.
back away, but now he needs to take up the Honey Fruit so he can survive, taking the Rift Herald. The rest of the fight from professional hot tub streamers just pushes the members of Imperius out. But now there's Johto waiting to see if there's a pick. But if all 5 members walk together as a unit, then the Wolf of Johto cannot pick off any lone stragglers off the side of Hot Tub Streamers.
And they still have Shen ult, but 10 seconds on Tony. Don't know if they'll be able to get here in time. Look at this flank as well coming out from Hitman and Cosmic. They're going to trade places immediately. Kodo Matsukami is here, doesn't land the hook. Maybe there's a Ziggs ult to steal this.
It's secured by Hot Tub Streamers. Wow, and just like that, Dimitri, this is incredible to see unfold. Hot Tub Streamers, back-to-back objectives secured. No real contest from Imperius.
Mark, I need you to check your desk. I'm looking under mine right now. I need my inhaler, the copium. Where is it? Where is it? The Imperius copium. Where is it gone? I think Kangas took it from me while I wasn't looking. He got mad about the numbers thing. I need it back.
The hopium's tank started to run out. Dimitri reaching for the last bit.
I need the hypercopium. It's in here somewhere. It's right next to NA's Hope at Worlds. It's somewhere in here.
Well, for Hot Tub Streamer fans, this is the kind of swing back you want to see. And Hot Tub Streamers, while they're still technically behind in gold, the scaling advantages that they have picked up both from the Mountain and Infernal Dragons more than make up for the gold deficit. I imagine they are the ones feeling like they have the momentum on their side.
It feels strange because they're just not fighting with Johto. And now Johto's just going to go down here. Gets ignited.
Johto forced to flash away. Cosmic Soul chased for it. Good team play from Imperius, being able to protect their mid laner, at least trading 1-for-1. Johto did eventually go down. I think it was the bleed from both Cosmic Soul's fits. W1. Hot Tub Streamers, this is very much a close game still.
Yeah, Imperius got to be feeling nice about that. They did get a kill after all, and they actually end up stopping the turret siege. And Professional Hot Tub Streamers, they killed a member that has one of the larger gold leads in the game right now to their counterparts. So I think both parties right now are feeling really, really nervous. There's a lot of nervous energy in this game, Rafa, not just from us, but also from the players. There's not much action going on. Neither team are really going for pretty overly aggressive fights. And I think that Imperius are kind of playing their cards a little too close to their chest. You have a Ziggs who is really far ahead, I think. You also have this Johto Zed who is, I mean, 1,500 gold. That's half an item up on his counterpart, and he is supposed to be dealing damage and like just finding these picks, but just either not looking for them or some of the lane assignments I think have been a little wacky.
Almost forcing the fight here. Tony flashing forward. Mega Inferno Bomb lands on top, but Demon King, Crescent Guard, that's the counter into the Ziggs. You block out a majority of the burst from Dienzio from afar.
Oh, he's just one-shotting the turret.
And Hitman GM with the Hullbreaker and Divine Sunder. This is one of the best split pushers, if not the best split pusher you can equip yourself with in the game. And Suki looking back at the team is like, okay guys, we need stuff done. I can't hold off the Fiora for much longer.
Please, someone. I would like to TP. She can't stop me while I'm ulting. She can try to kill me, but she can't stop me. And right there, we're just seeing it just one-shot it with not only the Hullbreaker, but also the Demolish proc at the same time. So that turret just got just super melted. And I'm sure that this Baron lane is going to be the next objective on the table, as they have to just summon the Rift Herald, immediately try to use it. Don't know how much it'll actually kind of get done just because of how far it is. And you see who's on this side of the map. They can get it pretty easily without sacrificing much.
Thresh line just fishing for Cosmic in the back end. Baron's alive. Dragon not up yet for some time.
Rafa, this just feels so tense as they go on to Johto. Danto's here.
Nicely done by Johto, dodging out on the damage from Chum the Waters with the death mark, but the collapse coming in on through is Jerboa. Good lockdown on the Johto, forced to use the clones, the shadow away. Stand United comes through from Suki, protecting the mid laner from certain death. Damage is Jerboa, forced to flash over the wall. Demon King also chunked really low. Dienzio, no Mega Inferno Bomb to be able to follow up. He already used it at the beginning of the fight. Cosmic Soul also being chased down, but meanwhile, this Baron has been doing work from Hitman. Another turret down. Hot Tub Streamers take that trade any day.
They're taking more structures, and with no kills going on, that just means it's more gold in the back pocket of Hot Tub Streamers. And this Fiora, Hitman GM, finally kind of coming into his own, right? Like, we've seen him on the Gwen a few times. It has been, like, hit or miss, but we haven't really seen him have, like, a massive outplay or misplay. This right here, He is just straight up ignoring the enemy team, and he is just playing PvE. Shen is there sometimes as like this really cool mini boss he gets to interact with, but other than that, Imperius, they're just not able to really kind of execute on that damage. They don't have people that, I mean, honestly, Dienzio needs to be able to put down some more damage on the enemy members and let the Zed go for the executes, but they're just not doing anything. Also, I don't know if maybe Johto is just sitting on a lot of gold, or if maybe he just hasn't, he just like is on a weird like component, but feel like he's been on this item breakpoint for a really long time.
Imperius have a tough puzzle to solve. Oh, a strange hero! And a good Sonia's stasis from Tony. Getting out from what could have been disastrous from Imperius. They are now still all alive to play for this dragon. Suki recalling so that he can be ready to stand unite on top of someone for the steal or for the collapse of the play. 2000 HP, Mega Inferno Bomb, it's stolen! Tony comes in, sweeps it right under Demon King's eyes, and a dragon will go over to Imperius. Suki, not even needed in the fight, can at least hold off Hitman in the Baron lane for now.
Okay, he's able to steal that, but I just don't know how useful that will end up being. It's an Ocean Drake in their back pocket. It's not like one of these combat Drakes that we've been seeing, like the Mountain or the Infernal. All it does is stop them from having a third Drake, and then now it spawns in the Elder, which I think that will be the objective that should just break open the map and give us a much more clear idea as to who is going to be able to take this, because you see this, right? You're saying, like, okay, hot tub streamers, they have more turrets down. They should have an easier job going for an endgame push. But on Imperius' side, if they're able to get an Elder, that should spell kind of 3 turrets going down in whatever lane they choose. Specifically, I'm looking at this mid lane because they haven't been able to control the side lanes. The Baron and the Dragon lane have been pushed in favor of hot tub streamers for the majority of the game.
And the later the game goes, the longer the death timers are. It might not even matter how many turrets stand between Imperius and a push for the Nexus if the fight is massive enough, if all 5 members still stand and all 5 from hot tub streamers are gone. The big puzzle that they have been struggling to answer so far, though, is when Hitman is pressuring the bottom side of the map, how many do Imperius want to send in order to support or alleviate from Suki? If you send too much, Baron gets immediately started up by hot tub streamers. If you send not enough, Hitman takes your base.
Exactly. And that's kind of the struggle right now. And I think Suki's actually doing a fantastic job of just holding the wave right there. You know, Hitman does not want to push the wave too far. And even having the Zed kind of shadow right here, I think is genius. And they're going to go for it, Rafa.
I think they caught multiple members of hot tub streamers on vision. Hitman gets out, thankfully for the sake of hot tub streamers, but that was a moment where they saw recalls coming out and said, hey, they're not in position to immediately start the Baron. If we get this pick, this is for free, and we can still always rotate on over. Good stuff from Hitman.
Perfect. Perfect from them, like you're saying. And they have a lot of vision in this top side, right? Like, it's a lot of it is in the river, but really good stuff from them as, Rafa, we have not had a kill in a few minutes, and it's so tense. I love it. All of the vision here from Imperius gives them the confidence, like you were saying, to go for that play. And hot tub streamers are just not clearing any of it out. So while this is happening, I mean, they're just picking up more and more gold. They're continuing to kind of keep that gold even. And there we go. They're starting it up. It's a very, very fast take, but I wonder what made them stop. I mean, they have a little bit of vision, but they don't have it, I think, quite deep enough where they can be like, okay, we know where Imperius is coming. They're playing in Fog of War.
Something tells me that combined with Hitman recalling, I think Hitman was sitting on a huge item spike and wanted to not be sitting on a ton of gold, potentially looking for a 1v1 to make or break the game open while they pressure for the Baron. So it's like, okay, I'm gonna take blue buff.
Please let me
I'm gonna pick up my most recent item, and Johto for a Deathmark play. I'm not sure who he was going for because it didn't seem like there was much damage done onto the backline of hot tub streamers, but
Mark, you should know how this goes. This Zed ult is like 10 seconds long. Like, it just doesn't matter. He's got those Zerelda's Grudge as well with the Black Cleaver. It's already almost back up.
Yeah, that is fair. Oh, Johto's now the assigned split answer to
He's got to be careful because you see that Tony's back here. Should have seen the vision plant. Hitman's in a bit of a dangerous position. Galio can be here. Surprised that they're playing so safe.
Grand challenge. Hitman didn't want to be in range for the Tony execute. Elder Dragon is also about to spawn.
Okay, and they want to try and control vision here. I wonder if maybe there'll be a boots change here for Hitman. Instead, picks up the chain vest, is going to walk straight down here. Ziggs is backing. This could have been a window where Imperius hit the mid-turret, but Dienzio instead offering to go, hey, I want to finish my Murillo Namacon and then come back to the fight. I'll be a lot stronger. 4 items. Both of these mages picking up their 4th item here. Really big stuff, but that Galliard not being up means that there's a small window here where Imperius could potentially look for something. I think damage onto the mid-turret is just so important for them.
This is, I believe, our longest game we've had on the day so far. Both teams, yeah, you talked about it before, there's a lot of nervous energy coming through, and I think it's completely understandable. For Imperius, obviously, they've been on the back foot since Game 3. It's just one more loss that sends them out of the tournament. But for Hot Tub Streamers, if they give ground, if Imperius net this win, you can only imagine the momentum is gone at that point.
All right, Mark, I want to ask you really quickly, because it doesn't seem like we're going to have a fight anytime soon. Maybe right here with the Fizz, finding Joe2. Oh, Chum the Waters just barely misses. Professional Hot Tub Streamers out of the top 4 have the longest game in their game history. Do you know what time that was?
20... Oh, in Professional Hot Tub Streamers? Or
yes,
like
Professional Hot Tub Streamers.
I think we had a 26-minute game.
You are correct. It was 26 minutes on the dot that they had. And they're you know, we still have 5 minutes, and a lot can happen in Wild Rift in 3 minutes, much less 5.
Yeah.
Fiora's taking another turret. I don't know if we'll reach that mark, but, you know, we were talking about Professional Hot Tub Streamers being the team to have the longest game times, and they're certainly pushing the edge here. As Ignite goes down on a Hitman, Grand Challenge is issued, and I think Hitman almost one-shot him. So they're just going to start this up. They invested 2 members.
Yeah, as soon as Joe2 showed face, Hitman's like, go for Elder right now. We have numbers advantage. Cosmic Soul is just making sure that they can space Tony out, and
going for
I like this from Hot Tub Streamers. They are not going to commit. They don't want to go for the 50-50. They just want to force the numbers advantage while they can. If they get this pick down onto either Tony or Suki,
they can't get it.
Guarantee so much more. Hitman is also into this fight. They're playing for all the marbles right now, depending on what numbers advantage they get out of this. This just could be the game. This could be the series. Hot Tub Streamers find 1 only in the end because Tony revives off of burning. Actually, the GA didn't even burn. It's Cosmic Soul for Suki, and Hot Tub Streamers will have to retreat.
Yeah, they can't even go for this. Cosmic could not find the pick onto Dienzio with the Zonias, and with Kodo Matsukami standing on top of his Dragon Laner, it means that they cannot find that kill. And that is a really close fight. Yet again, it is a 1-for-1, and we just go straight back to what we've been watching. So here comes the replay here. Watch Dienzio in the bottom left of the screen. Cosmic is trying to go for him, but he just lives this entire fight. And it is just brawlers. It is the bruisers just fighting each other constantly. Everything used to keep Dienzio alive ends up making sure that Imperius can stay in this game.
You see that so many times that there's a couple more members they got close to. Dienzio, Tony, even Joe2 to an extent. But they're going to run the same setup again. And they saw Tony on the top side of the map, but Tony has teleport. Is it off cooldown?
Oh, Hitman's fighting him though right now.
Hitman is just trying to buy time. He knows that as long as Tony's not here, they can't force the 50-50 smite. Mega Inferno Bomb is going to chunk them out 4,000 HP. Tony is getting a ring. Has flash available. Dienzio! That steps up and steals the Elder Dragon away! Hot Tub Streamers, it's absolute disaster for them! Imperius will wipe out 3, and the GA from Hitman only falls. 4 members gone. They might not even need the Baron. They could just go for the end and bring us to Game 5.
We're doing it, Ralph. We're going straight to Game 5. You put respect on Dienzio's name, and like we said at the beginning of the day, 51 better than 49. Dienzio now with the Satchel Bomb. They're going to go for this kill onto Isserboa. It doesn't matter. He can't live long enough. They'll be able to auto-attack this. Let's see what happens. Okay, they're taking some Nexus.
Try. Maybe he can clear out the minion waves. There's no minion waves. Oh, that's
one.
Maybe it's not the game quite yet. Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't hit anything. There's still minions coming up. Isserboa has to try everything he can. Soul Shackles. He's trying to save the game. Isserboa. He stalls out the game. It's not over.
I love this so much. Even with Elder Imperius, we're talking about the nervous energy right there. Well, guess what? They get the Elder Drake. Oh my God, Cosmic, no way. No,
Trench line,
no.
and this is no lockdown. He's forced to flash over the wall. Kodomatsu Kamiyo's on the run. Dienzio cannot save him, and now Hot Tub Streamers,
No
they're
way.
the ones that can fire right on back. I don't think they're going to make the same mistake as Imperius, though. They're not going to go for the base end. They're going to go for the guaranteed Baron at this point. Cosmic Soul eventually will whittle down.
Wait, is he gonna die?
Kodomatsu
Is he gonna die to the? Okay, he still had Elder Drake. He still had Elder Drake.
That was close.
Oh my God, Rafa! It is a game of inches, and while both teams are trying not to lose the game, it is just getting incredibly insane at this point, right? The fact that Israboa, against 4 Elder members, Elder Baron or Elder Dragon buffed up members, is able to hold out, kill 2 of them, and prevent the enemy team from ending the game, sending us to Game 5. And now the Baron immediately here for the Hot Tub Streamers. Mark, it only gets worse from here. The nervous energy from both. It is just like, they are just straight up tensed up. There's zero ability for them to move. They are rigid. They are trying not to lose. And we're just waiting until the next objective. Like, the Baron buys a minute and a half here. But other than that, we're waiting for the next Elder Dragon.
Yeah, the current Elder has expired. Baron buff still available to Hot Tub Streamers for the next minute. I don't know how much work they can realistically get done. Oh, Jotu looking for Isdrabo onto the backline, but immediately gets out thanks to the taunt. Death Charge forcing Demon King to flash. They all pile drive right onto Isdrabo. He goes golden with the
Here
stasis.
comes
Here
Cosmic.
comes Cosmic Soul. Can they collapse? Here comes Hitman as well. Isdrabo gets taken out, but Tony, how many more can he take before he goes down? None. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Hitman GM now looking for Kodomatsu Kami, dodging out. The
my God,
franchise
Hitman.
initiated, finding Dienzio's a flash forward. Dienzio's gone. Hitman stepping up to the plate, and now they have Baron for the next 30 seconds. Suki is low.
They're gonna go for the
Jotu's
end.
low. They're gonna go for it. They can end the series right here, right now.
Oh my God, they're gonna go for it. It doesn't matter. There's no
It's
Game 5.
there! Hot Tub Streamers hold on to the very bitter end and clinch out the series and will advance in the lower bracket.
I can't. I can't. I love this so much. Professional Hot Tub Streamers, my... Ugh.
What a way to end a series. What a way to end a day of games, honestly. That was so close. I can't wait to see the gold graph, guys. This is going to be like the craziest gold graph I think we've seen in our entire lives.
I don't want to look at it. It has to be like, basically even, because that's what they were the entire game. There's just no way. Look.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
Oh no.
It's comical.
That's pretty funny.
It hurts, but man, professional Hot Tub Streamers, they came to play, and despite what was, like a back and forth game, a game that didn't have a lot of action compared to the rest of the day and even the games in this own series, Imperius just not able to get it done, barely able to do it. Hitman GM, that big step-up moment, obviously Isdrabo is saving the base. We got a lot of individual hero moments, I think, from everybody here on Professional Hot Tub Streamers just in this game.
Yeah, there was a probably 5 highlight reels worth of footage from that one alone. And you gotta feel for Imperius, because they were so close, right? It felt like they had it. It felt like they actually were going to close that one out. Dienzio had the carry performance in line. They get the Elder, and then the over-forcing at a Nexus against a Morgana who has incredible wave clear, when instead you could just wait and then regroup, go for the Baron, something like that. So those moments in competition where in the moment a decision is made, and now let's take a look at a replay of the critical final moments here where it's actually the Hot Tub Streamers that pull it back with this final team fight.
Wow.
Because you're right, without the Elder Dragon, now this kind of feels a little forced, thinking they had people caught out, but Professional Hot Tub Streamers, this is that kite back composition I was talking about. It is so hard to actually get on top of them and then kill them.
I mean, Mark, we talked about it in the game, but Cosmic and Hitman just, they knew what their jobs were every time. It was get into the back line and just delete Dienzio.
At the end, too, I think the pincer maneuvers from Hitman and Cosmic Soul
Oh wait, you can't.
Solo,
you can't see
solo,
the.
solo,
You
solo.
can't
Right
see
now,
the one.
Twitch
You
chat.
can't see the one.
Twitch chat's solo.
It's too. Okay. They're close enough.
Yeah.
Close enough right there. There you go.
You can understand Imperius's line of thinking, though. They thought that they would be able to capitalize on the overstep on relatively non-slippery champions from the side of Morgana and Xin Zhao. But even though Cosmic Soul and Hitman were on opposite side lanes splitting against the super minions, they like literally just astroglided all the way as fast as they could to mid lane and made sure that they could collapse and force away the backline from following up on the engage from Tony and Jotu. And once the backline is gone, there's no way you can stall out the waves long enough. And I think, you know, once again, credit to Israboa. Like, we normally credit Ziggs being the late game king of like stalling out games, of just being able to clear minion waves. Morgana is like super tough as well. She might as well be the queen of stalling out games, just constantly throwing down tormented shadows and just evaporating minions at that point. And I think that was something that Imperius just did not account for when they were trying to force the game to go to game 5.
Exactly, and like I said, they're probably going to be kicking themselves for that. So shout out to Imperius for showing up and putting on that performance. It was so close. We almost had that game 5. But now I think it's time to celebrate the team that just won. And we actually will, in a little bit here, get a chance to talk to one of the players in the Hot Tub Streamers, the 4th seed Alg. I mean, they were coming in technically as underdogs in this, and they just wrapped it up 3-1 and can advance on to tomorrow. But actually, right before I get your thoughts, I hear that we are ready for the interview. So I actually want to hear from the players themselves. Let's get them in here, and then we can get Rafa and Alk back to close out the day. But all right, we have, I don't believe that's Dienzio here, the Hitman GM, correct?
Yes.
Hello, Hitman. How is it going? Congratulations on the win.
Thank you. It was a really tough game.
It was. At the very end there, I mean, everyone's dead, but you're watching your Morgana hold the line at the Nexus against Elder Dragons. What did that moment feel like for you as a player? Were you getting ready for the next game, or did you believe?
To be honest, I was getting ready for the next game because like they had all 5 alive, and they also have the Elder Drake, and I thought we would lose that. But then the Morgana still started like working and doing damage. And once you got the first kill, like we started screaming like, "You can do it!" And then when they went all in for the Nexus, he just ulted and just got a kill, and we just all started screaming at each other like, "What just happened?"
That's incredible. It was a great base defense to turn it around and win the game. But throughout the whole series, we got the pleasure of having the camera on you during pick and ban, and it was all smiles. It was all positivity. So how come you're able to maintain this positive energy throughout a series, even after suffering a loss in game 3? It still seemed like you were just happy to get into another game.
Yeah, my friends told me the same. Like they saw the camera too, and they were like, "Why are you so happy?" I was like, I'm just living the moment, you know. And
all right,
I just had that positive
live in the
energy.
moment.
Yeah.
And now you're going to be moving on in this tournament, which is, I mean, again, congratulations. It's a big deal to make it into top 3 now. But I hear a little bit of the story of your kind of trajectory coming in, playing with Hot Tub Streamers. But before, you were playing with Stamina, correct?
Yeah, I was playing with them another game. It was called Kings of Glory. So I just came back and then started playing back again.
Okay, cool. So how did you get the roster together then? How did the professional Hot Tub Streamers recruit you?
Oh, I knew one of my friends. His name was Stope. I talked with him, and he actually we became friends. And then I met all these people too. And then Boa is the one that asked me to join his team for Water, and I was like, okay, I'm down. I have the time. And then we started playing. We started winning some games, and I was like, okay, this team has future, you know. So here we are.
Hey, well, we're cheering for you going on in the tournament, and every team needs to have a proper logo. So you can see the screen, right? You can see me?
Yeah, I can see you.
Okay, all right. I present to you my mock-up of the professional hot tub streamers logo. How do you feel about this? Do I can keep working on it if it's not to your liking yet, but
It's actually...
I got. That's your
It's 10 out of 10.
blend, and then there's authors Fizz, Vayne, and then Nautilus. As you can tell, they're in the hot tub.
Yeah, that's actually the Nautilus thing is actually really cool. You know, really creative.
All right. Creative, not good necessarily, but creative. Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, if you want to use that going into tomorrow, maybe as your banner, I'll send it to you so that way the team can start
Sure,
utilizing it.
we will use
marketing. It's important to
We will use
market
100%.
your teams. Well, hey man, any shout outs that you have for anybody watching right now? You mentioned some friends were watching the stream, so any message for the folks back home?
Oh yeah, I wanna say thank you to Chelsea. She was watching my stream too. She's a friend. My teammates that were watching the stream too. Boy, you're a god. You actually carried that last fight too. Oh my god, I can't believe that this happened too. And that's all. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, Hitman, for coming on and chatting with us, and best of luck going into tomorrow.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, we'll bring back on the casters now to close out the show. Hitman GM, everybody. Whew, what a fun guy. So, I mean, he's smiling during Pick Good Band. He's smiling during the interview. Obviously happy that they picked that one up, but just good vibes all around, Rafa.
Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to have been in the comms for hot tub streamers when Izraboa was pulling out the base defense, because I can only imagine how much dopamine and serotonin would have been flooding my brain just off of the screens like, well, you can do it! Stall the game! Oh my god, what just happened? Like, we saw Demon King pop off at WNS before the game was even over. He just started like banging the table. I imagine just like that similar experience was happening. I don't know how hot tub streamers or this core of guys managed to find themselves in such do or die clutch late game scenarios, but they always deliver on giving us such incredible performances and entertaining games to see in the North American Wild Rift scene.
Alec, we got to figure out how to get Hitman to the next land.
Yes, we do.
Do you think we can do that?
I think we can.
Like the caster community, we can just like maybe
I
pay
will
for some
just talk to Straboa and we'll figure it out. Me and the homies will figure it out. But we got a bracket to look at as we kind of take a look at what happened today and what's going to be happening tomorrow, because Sentinels versus second place Demons. I think a lot of people kind of have an idea as to how that one might go, but that losers bracket, we have another best of 5 waiting for us, lads.
Yeah, tomorrow the stream can get a little wonky for anybody tuning in, because that's a best of 3 between Sentinels and second place Demons. Any knockout game is a best of 5 in the lower bracket, so then we'll have a best of 3, best of 5. The finals at the top there, that's actually a best of 3. But if the Sentinels lose that, or I guess second place Demons, whoever's in the finals, I should presume.
Just casually assuming Sentinels are guaranteed.
If whoever's in the upper bracket loses that finals, there's a bracket reset. That best of 3 will turn into a bracket reset, and then we have another best of 5. So either tomorrow we get 2 best of 3s and a best of 5, with the best of 5 sandwiched in there. But there's also a chance that we get a best of 5 at the end of the day as well. So there could be a lot of games of Wild Rift, everybody, depending on how the upper bracket goes.
Do you want to know the maximum number of games then you can get?
16, if my quick maths is correct.
Yeah, 16.
That's a lot of games.
If,
a lot of games
if
of Wild
we
Rift.
get to...
Rafa, you feel good?
No.
You know,
No.
you know, depending on how the games go out, Kangas, you know, I might have to call you in for a quick substitution halfway through.
Ooh,
yeah,
that'd be kind of fun.
If we go game 15, I'll shave my head. And we're not getting game 15, but if we get to game 15, I'll do it on stream.
All right, clip it. Somebody clip that. It's happening. If we go to 15 games tomorrow, that would require either Sentinels or second place Demons in the finals to lose that best of 3 in the bracket reset. That guarantees a bracket reset.
I know this is a safe bet because I know Kangas would just be like, oh, I'll just bet my beard again for like the 17 million times. So
no. Alec, what you don't understand is that was the old me, where I'd bet my beard on trivial matters. Now my beard is exclusively bet on North America making it out of groups at international events. All right. Now I've settled down and I'm a committed man now.
I'm happy for you.
So how come you didn't shave for League of Legends Worlds?
Well, that's not Wild Rift, baby.
Okay, okay. See, you didn't specify, you know,
True.
North America making out of groups for which event. So
I assumed it was, you know, just obvious, but it's okay. That is it for the day of broadcast. A long day. Thank you for sticking with us, everybody at home. Thank you, production, for putting on this wonderful product that we can then talk about and bring to you. And thank you especially to the players for competing against each other and giving us this level of competition in North America during the off season. And we have even more tomorrow. So have a good night, everybody. And we'll see you there.
The sun comes in the morning light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. And you feel like you got nowhere else to go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
Y'all keep it safe. Y'all keep it